Guy. The Twitch one really might be on this whole time while I'm troubleshooting. Okay, it says it made one. So, her clicking my page should be there. There we go. Okay, so copy link. I can't paste it into the old one, unfortunately, but I can put it on the Discord. So, hold on. Everyone there. Okay. And then I have to delete the old one, or I put it unlisted or something. I'm back, guys. Maybe. Yeah. 3 likes, 1 dislike on the last one. Come on, bro. What are you disliking for? Unlisted. Dave. Okay, I'm back, guys. Yeah? What are you saying? Yeah. You here? Okay. That's new? Yeah. Did you dislike it, Gio? Were you the disliker? Man, that was a good conversation. I didn't want to interrupt in the middle. Yeah, you're back? Okay, nice. I was having fun with that conversation. Sorry, guys. I'm back. Whenever people come back. Hopefully they notice. I couldn't fix it. I couldn't reconnect to the old one. I tried. Did not work. Did not work. Well, let me fix chat. I tried. I don't know what was up with my internet. Earlier tonight, I heard an explosion, guys. Like 9 p.m., I think, my time. I heard an explosion outside. I don't know what it really was. Explosion. It sounded like one. And then I heard, what do you call it? The car alarms going off and like dogs barking. I don't know what it was. It was from somewhere like across the wash, I think. Maybe like an electric box blew up or something. I don't know. Something blew up earlier. An explosion? A little late to ruin your internet now, though. Well, maybe. But they might be doing work on something, is what I'm suggesting. Like, it's late in that the explosion itself didn't kill my internet, of course, agreed. But they could be working on wires or something. They could be working on something. Phoenix downtime. I'm just thinking. I mean, and this is in the window that they work on stuff too. Because remember when we first tried to get support, they would say, you're streaming in the maintenance time. You understand that? Yes, I do. But that actually just made it harder to get help because there really was a problem. That wasn't the maintenance time, right? So they needed to fix. It just so happened I also streamed during the maintenance time. But anyway. Phoenix downtime. Yeah, I'm back, guys. I'm back. If you guys got any leftover thoughts about that conversation, let me know. If not, whatever, it's fine too. But yeah, let's start playing the game. I like the mural in this part better than I like the one that's actually in the game. It's because it feels higher resolution, right? Than the actual game one. You know what'd be cool? I've thought about a couple times is playing a PS2 game that looks pretty good already, but the textures kind of suck, and then upscaling the textures with AI, like dumping them all, because you can do that with PCSX2 now. Dumping all the textures, upscaling with an AI. You just run them through like an upscaler, AI upscaler, and then you could even redraw them too. You could find an AI model that'll redraw them. You could redraw them, but that's a little difficult. There might be one that can do it. But it depends on the game and the type of textures and stuff. Yeah. All my thoughts are just leftovers. I haven't thought thoughts since my 20s. Why not? You should think more thoughts, Gio. What about... Gio, you should get into making AI too, bro. Do you have a decent video card or no? I don't think there's anything... We say bye to everyone real quick. I don't know if that matters or not. If you have a good enough video card, you should mess with that too, bro. I feel like the AI angle, people could definitely make money on it. You just gotta think of like an idea that could make some money. Oh, this wall's a master, right? Who in the world calls me in a time where almost no one knows of me? Huh? You? Us! Oh, this day has finally come. It says that he's the dragon god, this wall. I'm the ancient god. I'm an ancient god, the dragon god. I know what you're going to become now. Are you searching for my power? I am. But the issue is, I gotta go back to our current master and get all my skills from him. So what do I say to that? No for now? Well, I guess we'll wait so long for now then. We can get to the master, right? I gotta use like the teleporter. Is it in here? Yeah. Okay. Well, let's do it then. Hold on. I'm not quite sure how we get to him. Let's do this first. The wall is the dragon god, okay. Well, it's not the wall is the dragon god, so much as the wall is where the dragon god communicates to us, right? Okay, Colony, Dragnir. Maybe Windia is the most convenient way. The problem with Windia, though, is you can't teleport back here. You have to find one of the other ones. The Windia one teleports to outside Windia. Watch. Wait, rewind. Let me see, what is that panel though? Maybe the panel lets you change it. I never checked that before. Does it? It does. Oh, okay. Okay, you can go to Windia, you can go to Downer, you can go to Oror. I don't know where that is. Rally Point A. Okay, this one has a panel too, I didn't notice that. Okay. Well, I want to find that, I need to look at the maps, I think, because I'm trying to find, what's the guy's name? My one master that's like in his family, with his family. Let me find that guy. I need to look at the maps, I think. I'm sleeping. Come back in 399 years, yeah. Okay, hold on. So let's look at the maps and find this man. Let me put him on the maps on the screen real quick. Yeah, I'm gonna check up on all the masters, I think, and what do I want as my main party? I know we're not gonna need Momo. So who do I keep in my party besides Momo? Who would you guys like to have in my party besides Momo? It's either Nina or Ray, right? Probably. Those are our options, really. I don't need the big dragon guy. I don't really like it. Not like as a party member, I don't really like him. No, I don't like the character. I don't really like. He doesn't, like, he's strong, but he just has fire moves. It's not, you know, he's definitely, he's not worth keeping, and especially when I built Oz, so he's pretty tough. He doesn't need him. Onion? I don't want Onion. This guy. Okay, I'm looking for my master. What's his name? I can point to him somewhere, I think. 10? What are these numbers? At the bottom? Oh, there it is. A. Emitai. That's what I'm looking for. Okay. How do I get here? This is, what's it called? Downer. Oh, okay, so I'll do the Downer portal then, right? Okay, find out. What is that? I'm gonna move some of these around so I don't take too long doing this. There you go. The thick old strategy guides. Bro, I love strategy guides. Japanese ones, I love them, man. I have a bunch of them, either digital or physical. I try to get anyone I can for any, if I'm at all interested in playing the game, I try to get its strategy guide. I look online, see if any Japanese peer-to-peer can get a hold of it, and I also check Amazon Japan and Yahoo auctions, right? And I get a used copy and usually send it to ScanBee, and they chop off the spine, right? And then they scan it. So I have both. I have a bunch of digital and I have a bunch of fit, and I have like, I don't know, like at least over a dozen physical ones too. The issue with physical ones though is that my allergies, I'm really allergic to shit, and it messes up my skin, like dermatitis. So I end up scanning a lot of my physical books too. I have one of those two-sided scanners, and I'll do it myself too. I'll chop off the thing and scan it, and then the loose pages I'll rebind with tape and what do they call it? Book repair glue stuff, rubber cement. Oh yeah, the book repair is the tape. Book repair tape and rubber cement, and then that gets rid of a lot of the dust, because the spine is where most of it is. And when they're loose, you can beat out the dust like a carpet, right? When they're loose pages, you can kind of like get most of it out of there. What's up, Belinda? Back then, sometimes I'll buy some just for the art inside. If art books for games were hard to get. Yeah, here's the thing, Mario. And guys, have you thought about this? For some reason, hey, Belinda. Well, not for some reason. Japan's guidebooks are way better than American guidebooks in general. Now, have there been a couple good English guidebooks? Yeah, sure. There's like the Bible for Street Fighter was pretty good, right? The Bible for Street Fighter, which one was it? The Street Fighter 5? And then there was one for like Marvel that was good like that. The fighting, they picked up their game with fighting games. There was a couple of really good guidebooks for fighting games that like went into the frames and all that kind of the shit that they normally don't cover. But in general, Japanese ones are way better, and I think that's just because Japanese people read more. I think that's it. Do you guys have any ideas why Japanese guidebooks are better? I think it's just because they read more. Like, it's just a bigger market, so there's more competition, so there's more reason to make it good and make it valuable and make it... Like in Japan, you'll have a lot of times multiple companies publishing a guidebook for the same game, if it's a big game. I think there's just a bigger market for them. I think access to devs, that's part of it too, I think, yeah. That's why they get like nice interviews and stuff. Like, Japanese guidebooks almost always have some interviews, which is not a thing the English versions have. Which I like interviews. I like picking the brains of the devs. I think they realize in the West people will take convenience and straightforwardness above all else. Compare Steam in the West where there's still physical market existing in Japan. Yeah, but I don't know if that's the compromise though. I think like those physical items are still convenient in Japan though. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, because of the because they have those used bookstores that you can go to. They have the means to make it so then the like the amount of like distance you have to travel to a store isn't that far. Even if you live in the boonies, you could like, you know, take a train and make it a day trip and go and buy some books, buy some physical stuff. In America, there's lots of places where you would just be fucked. You have to import it, you have to get it shipped to you. You can't really go shopping like that in a lot of places, like where you just get a look. So I think I agree with you, but I think also part of it is like the how the market actually physically exists, the logistics of the market. I think is a big part of that. I don't know, isn't it just culturally integrated? Reading more? I'd say yeah. I'd say they definitely read more culturally. Sure. Japanese convenience is a second-hand store in the US. Just get a digital copy in PDF. Well, I think most people don't even really read. I really don't believe it, Mario. That like, just in general, I really don't believe that most Americans and I think most people don't even read, and so that's the biggest one. I think. I really think so. I could be wrong, but I think most people don't read. You know what I want to get? I want to get like one of those cool notebook with a tablet thing someday. They're like $500 though, or $400. Like where they're like e-ink and you can draw on them and you can load PDFs with them and you can Like they're like digital notebooks. I want to get one of those someday. I think that'd be sick. The technology will only get cheaper, right? So it's like, in the future, there'll just be more things like that. Maybe, I don't know how you get people to love reading again, though. Because that's the issue. There's not enough demand for books in America, I think. Outside of, like, books you get, political books you get to put on your table and pretend like you read it. I think more people buy books to say they read it, like to put it on a shelf or something, than to actually read it in America, I think. I think so. I'm going off of the Western customer can't be bothered to even own the disc. Tip of the game, why bother to get... Well, I appreciate that view. You think part of it is the move away from physical media in general, like the games? But that's part of it, I think. But the guidebooks were already crappier before then, though. Like even if we go to even in Brady's heyday, when Brady Games or whatever, or what was the other one, Prima, when they were doing the best they've ever done, even back then, the guidebooks were still mostly worse than the Japanese ones. Like you don't really have like Ultimania. You have a couple, like I was saying, that were called Bibles by Brady, I think. They're pretty good, but in Japan they have like those Ultimania guides that are like where they get staff on from the real games. Bro, in Japan, sometimes the writer of the strategy guide worked on the game. The Shining Force, one of the Shining Force strategy guides I have, the writer of the guidebook is the scenario writer for the game. You can't do that in America with American guidebooks. Isn't that crazy? There's more than just that one too, where they hire somebody on staff to do the guidebook. In the actual game staff to write the guidebook. That's sick. That's sick. Cat, plenty of Westerners still want the physical option. Well, Belinda, I think part of that, I agree with you. I think part of that is kind of enforced from the top down, like the shareholders. That's public companies, I think, that led to that. The shareholders think people didn't want it, and so they went away from it, and then people didn't really have an option. Because in America, in the West, etc., it's not really a free market when it comes to a lot of that stuff. It's just like, what do the shareholders think will make money, and what won't. So I don't know exactly how that happened, but there wasn't no influence of that on it. In Japan, the books are novels, light novels, visual novels, manga, etc. In the West, it's real literature or pop fiction and nothing else. Yeah, you do get trade paperbacks though of comic books, but most people mock you for buying those. Like, I know now people pretend like they're comic fans, but when I was young, okay, in my generation, being a comic fan got you made fun of a lot, and nobody cared. And like now people pretend to care and they don't. It bothers me. I know, like, I might get accused of gatekeeping here, and that's fine, but I don't mind new people getting into comics. Let me say that. In fact, I'll give you a reading list if you want. I'm happy that you're getting into comics, but I don't like when people pretend they're like already into comics and they never even read like one comic book. If you've read any comic books, you're into comics. That's fine with me. But if it bothers me, these people that have never even read one comic book, and yet they act like they know everything, and they're checking Wikipedia to learn the storyline for the Marvel movie, and they're pretending like they're a big fan. That shit pisses me off. Those fake phonies. MCU makes billions, and anime is a hit on streaming. People still give you looks for owning comics. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Manga is not top 5. You're not wrong. Oh, it's like that WoW thing. They think they do, but they really don't. Wait, where, when? What, where, when? I first got like, bro, I've said it before, but the thing that got me against communists was saying online on Twitter, comics are dying, and it bums me out. And then I got attacked by a bunch of communist weirdos saying comics aren't for me, they're not for white guys, they're not for the people like you anymore, so that's the problem. Like, I was like, what? I did not have a dog in that fight. I did not even know it was happening when I posted that. I had no idea. And then I told people like, okay, well, what book are you reading? What books are good then? What are you buying? And you know what they said? Don't gatekeep. And they started yelling at me again, like, don't gatekeep. What are you doing? You can't gatekeep like that. And I was like, no, bro, I'm not gatekeeping. Okay, you're telling me comics are still good and still alive, right? That's what you're telling me. And I've provided data to show it's not true. But you're telling me that. Okay, what books do you read then? Don't gatekeep! Like, it's that's what set me down the path that led me to researching everything and figuring stuff out was that. I was like, what the fuck is going on here? How does any of this make sense? It doesn't. And then like they're like, what do you read now? And I would say manga, right? And they'd be like, oh yeah, because they're white too. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, man? You like them because they're white. Japanese people are basically white too. You like manga because it's white people again. Like, what the fuck? Jesus Christ. What's that, Parm? Dune? Yeah. Not for me. It's a thin line between gatekeeping and being an asshole. Yeah, I mean, but like I was saying, I welcome people into things I like. I would push for it left and right. I just don't like when people pretend. My issue is pretenders, which is a lot of people, like, and that's where we should double down again. We should gatekeep pretenders. Everybody should gatekeep pretenders. However, I don't believe in those communities in the first place, though. Like fandoms, I don't believe in that. I'm not part of any fandom, but I love a lot of things. I mean, I'll talk about those things with people that love it, but I'm not gonna join a community about that because that's just the way people control you. Is that's how you become a conformist loser, if you ask me. Though my group was the nerds outcast, same Belinda, and like the potheads too. Any more always there word. You're such a phony, you're such a big fat phony. A quote from Family Guy, sure. It's a good quote. Parn, hey Parn. I'm confused about which thing. This is what I'm saying, I was confused too. I did enjoy it. TBAF, I don't care about for the superheroes. That's fine. I don't have no issue with that. But there's good comics that aren't superheroes, Belinda. Like, there's tons of them. Like, if you like, do you like sci-fi, mystery, crime stories? There's tons of good other comics. Like, The Fade Out was cool. It was a story about, like, old Hollywood corruption by, what's his name? The guy who used to write Captain America. He writes a lot of crime stuff. Anybody know what I'm talking about? He wrote the Captain America run, the Winter Soldier stuff. Brubaker, I remember Brubaker. His name's Brubaker. He doesn't get any credit on the movie, even the Winter Soldier movie. Isn't that wild? He invented the character. He doesn't get any credit. Directed by, screenplay by, based on. It says based on Captain America by Joe Simone and Jack Kirby. Yeah, but the Winter Soldier was a storyline that's kind of fucked up. They don't even give him credit anywhere. I mean, it should say Joe Simone, Jack Kirby, and then like Winter Soldier by. That's fucked up. He doesn't even get credit for it. But anyways, Brubaker came up with that. That Bucky was like a secret agent instead of just Captain America's sidekick, and he was programmed by the Reds. That was all Brubaker that came up with all that. I enjoy X-Men. X-Men are awesome, yeah. Agree, fandoms are only tangentially connected. And the weird thing, Mario, is they're only tangentially connected, but they act like they own it. Right? Like they own the thing that they're fans of. And that's what disgusts me about it. See, look, and his Wikipedia, it says, he's also known for co-creating the Winter Soldier identity of Bucky Barnes with Steve Epting. That'd be his artist, yeah. On his wiki, they mention it. They don't mention it on the Winter Soldier movie, though. They don't give him a credit. Even though he invented the character. I mean, he did. As Winter Soldier, he did. You could say he didn't invent Bucky Barnes. He didn't. But turning him into like a secret agent with the robot arm and all that, that was him. Anyway. But why are they so bad at giving people credit? Why is Hollywood fucking horrible at giving people credit? They give it to Jack Kirby and Joe Simon, which should get credit for Captain America, but what about Winter Soldier? He's a titular part of the thing. Bob Kane always got back credit, but took forever to give Bill Finger a title for the design. Yeah, that makes sense. It's crappy though. There's this one Japanese guy I follow, the guy that writes the Megaten books. He goes out of his way, and I really respect him for this. He goes out of his way. I'll see if I can find his Twitter real quick. So the guy that writes the Megaten books, the Megaten author, like that wrote the Digital Devil books that all this stuff's based on, he posts on Twitter a lot now because he's like, I want people to remember what happened. I speak on things that happen so people remember them, kind of things, you know. So he's been telling like all the stories about game development and the people he's worked with, and he always goes out of his way to give credit. Aya Nishitani, that's his name. Get his Twitter real quick. But he's a really nice guy too. I haven't talked to him like in person, but I've had some back and forth with him. And he's always really nice. Worth checking out. And he goes out of his way to give credit, which is always really nice to me. Like when he brings up a project, he's like, okay, it was brought to you by this person worked on it, this person worked on it, this person worked on it. Goes out of his way, like people that you would normally most people wouldn't even give credit to. But he did. So I like that. Yeah. Should we play Tactics Ogre Reborn sometime? Tactics Ogre game. It has voice acting, I think. That'd be cool. 30 years ago today, Earthbound was released on the Super Nintendo. Oh, I didn't know that. I want to play Mother too soon. Mother soon sometime. Okay, let me catch up. In the show I watched as a kid, Logan helped train Captain America. Yeah, was that the regular X-Men? I wasn't a comic reader, I did read manga more. There's nothing wrong. Like, here's the thing, I'm not actually a gatekeeper. In fact, I'm maybe you consider me like a gate guard. And I'm trying to welcome you in. But if you lie, like if you're fake, I'm gonna be like, nope. If you're like lying to me, I'm gonna be like, nope, stay outside. But if you're legit and like anything, then you can come in and you can read comic books if you want or not, I don't care. But it's only the people that are fake and liars I have an issue with. Only those of you. Johnny Squee and there too are I Feel Sick and Filler Bunny. I don't know what that means. I remember old X-Men, but I guess not new anymore. When they were in school was good. You mean like the old cartoon, like the one they did the sequel to, X-Men 96 or whatever it is. Captain American Avengers on NES. That's it. I never played that because Hollywood hates teams. Robert Rodriguez left the directors union just to get Mark Miller to be co-director of the adaptation of Sin City. Sure. Well, Hollywood hates creativity, I think. Every time you hear about something that's really creative, what happens? The movie gets all fucked up. Like the movie gets all fucked up and it gets rewritten 20 times. And anytime you get something really creative working on a project, Hollywood destroys it. So I don't think they like creativity, period. I've read a Captain Underpants comic book thing and it was really good. And I love how Rodriguez didn't take a writing credit as Dialer's Near 1-1. Sure. What's his name? Alan Moore, right, is all pissed off at everything, and like he got his name removed on a bunch of his comics, right? Like Miracle Man. He told Marvel to, I think Marvel is who has it now. Miracle Man, he had him remove him from the credits. Alan Moore is a wacko though, a little bit. Well, he's smart. He's a good writer. I'm not picking on Alan Moore. He's a smart guy. He does have a bit of a derangement, but I've realized that society is insane, so he is right down a little bit of a derangement. But he like overestimates his own position in comic books. He said, like, you know, like, without him, you wouldn't have this, you wouldn't have that. And just like, calm down, bro. Calm down a little bit. I do like some of the deconstruction he did, but there's tons of other people that are doing similar. Or, I don't know. Like, Ellis was good. Warren Ellis was pretty good. Morrison. Grant Morrison. Those are comparable artists. I mean, those are comparable writers to me. In fact, I might like Morrison more than Moore. But Morrison's kind of a weirdo, too, so... Johnny Squee, those indie alt comics by Joan Vasquez, the creator of Bears. Oh, I never liked those. What was it? Johnny the Homicidal Maniac? Johnny the Homicidal Maniac, right? You're talking about? Would love to see Mother 2. I will. I want to start a Mother 1. We might take a vote soon to pick what we're going to play next. In fact, we will. I think next week we're going to have a vote. So if you guys, if you want to influence what game we play as our next main game, come by next week, okay? During this weekdays, next week we're going to decide. And I'm going to make sure no matter what time you come in, you get a vote too. So I'll figure it out. We've done this before. I'll just make sure there's reminders and what options are there and stuff. I think I put all the options on the wiki. And I could just link that to you. It's been a long time, bro. It has been a long time. I've been staying here for forever. It seems like Oz has gained some magic powers. You want me to teach him? He learned Paria. You want me to train somebody else now? I just want to get all my skills. You want to stop? No, I just want to see if I have how many skills I have. Talk to him again. Oh, it's been a while. Oh, so was that the last skill? Hold on. Let me check the guide to see if that's the last skill. Are we done with his path? Who else do I have as a master? I want to check all this out. I think... Well, I'll pull up in the menu. What are we saying? Who's the party member we're going to have? Is it Nina or Ray? Who do you guys want? Because if it's Ray, I think I need to get him a master. If it's Nina, I think she can graduate from Magus now. I think she can. I should check the index. I'm just going through here manually. It's not a convenient way to do this. Okay, hold on. The masters are on what page? Oh, there it is, 176. Okay. Now these lined up. What page is it? 100? Okay, yeah, they're pretty close. Okay. So Emitai, what skills does he have? I got Paria. That's 2 level ups. He has 2 more skills that I don't have yet. I guess I haven't got as many levels as I thought then. Okay, so don't worry about that then. Alright, what about... Now we gotta go talk to Magus. You think? Nina? Yeah, we do Nina. He's a weirdo, but our most creative is eccentric to some degree, generally speaking. I think yes, right? I'm definitely eccentric. I have no issue with that either. I mean, here's the thing. I think that eccentricity is more obvious now because people are such conformists, if you ask me. I think our natural state is a little eccentric, is a little rough edges that aren't rounded off, you know? People are just too conformist nowadays. Alright, we can go talk to Magus to see if Nina's done with that. Okay. Does Momo have a master? Well, I guess we gotta go outside either way. X-Men 97, the sequel to X-Men 92. Yeah, that's right. You know, it tells me XN97. Yeah. The only one Moore likes of his adaptations is Superman on Fake Krypton adaptation with his Justice League series. Oh, he likes that one. That's good. I'm surprised there's one he likes. I mean, I get why he has issues with Watchmen. They made significant changes to Rorschach and in the ending. Significant changes, right? Changing the ending kind of changes the whole thing a bit. There is good stuff in Watchmen, though, but it is significantly different from the book. Okay, so we gotta get back to... Well, first fix my party the way I want it. Which is gonna be Momo, is in the middle there. Now, do both of them have a master, and is it... I guess it is. Okay. I gotta get Momo a different master, I think. At some point soon. Well, maybe Nina's done. Well, anyways, let's go find him. He's by our starting point. Which, how do you get there? Oh, let's check the ferries, the commune. Yeah, that's doing. The reason I'm like, we gotta check it is because I got everybody killed one time. One time a bunch of the ferries were dead. And it was my fault. I'm just running a little commune. Let's check the news. No! 5 people are dead! I killed him again. Killed him again. Why are you out of food? The last time, this is the problem with fucking communes. Everyone's always starving. Fucking communes. We have no food? Oh my god. What skill do you need to hunt good? Fucking communes. The red one, right? Yeah, get him on the hunting thing. And then the people with lower red, get them off it. Have them do something else. Check these guys. Yeah, put that guy on there instead. Get this guy. Yeah, he can develop. Look, he's got really good stats. Move people around. And I think I can fix this. He's got both stats good. This guy should be in the hunt. His red's higher way, so this guy should be here. Which stat is building? Is it also the second one? It is the second one. Okay. We had 99 food last I checked, you guys. Why are you dead again? I've got 5 people died. Okay. Well, I think this should be good. I move some people around, this should be good. Oy. Feel bad a little bit. I think put this guy on development. There. Worry about antique shop another time. Okay. 99 food? Yeah, only they were Neopets. I didn't... God damn it, again? Listen. It's the commune's fault, okay? Not mine. It's the nature of what I'm trying to do here. Communism doesn't work, okay? I'm just doing my best. 90s Archie was goofy, but it was simple. Nothing wrong with that. I want to double check that. Yeah, if they were Neopets. I forget which. I found called Batman Comics tossed. Oh god, I'd probably buy an Archie's comic for lols. Buy Punisher. Archie meets Punisher. Buy that one. If you can get a hold of that one. That's the best one. Archie meets the Punisher. This isn't the right way. You can starve Neopets and they never die. Yeah, well, see, if they just had fucking a free market, then they wouldn't be dead. But they don't. If they just had a free market instead of me expected to be their great leader, they'd be alive. I'm like, how old is Ryu anyways? Like 16 years old and he's leading a whole commune? What is he supposed to do? How's he supposed to know? We could have tried the teleporter, I guess. I'm going to try to walk over there. You put him in charge of a losing system. How much can you do? Okay? I'm trying my best here. Yes, I got 5 people to starve again. I know. But here's the thing, without me helping them, they'd all be dead, okay? They're dumb. They're very dumb. At least on the plus side, at least some of them are alive because they are retarded. So, relax. It's only pixels, it's not even real food. Yeah, we're pretending it's real. I mean, of course it's not real. True, but we're pretending. Archie meets everybody. Punisher, Kiss, Flash Gordon, Batman, even Archie were the CW Riverdale. Oh, I didn't know that one. I know they rebooted Archie with like, with a way that was doing well. Like they made him zombies and like they did a whole reboot, right? Like a horror Archie series that was doing pretty well, I remember. I thought about checking it out, but I don't really care about Archie. So. I expect better from them. Yeah? I imagine that explanation to a kid, or they would be alive. Yeah. Or they would, yeah. Well, you know, that's what are you gonna do, man? What are you gonna do? Sorry, my allergy is bugging me a little. I like how Archie meets Punisher with a different cover based on he bought the Marvel Archie comics. Release contents are the same. I've only seen the one cover with the Punisher standing outside the thing, and they're like, this is ridiculous. I knew we were gonna have a chaperone, but this is ridiculous. Something like that. Okay. This is where we want to be, right? We're just hopping over here. Yeah. Oh, Afterlife with Archie? I think that was the first mature labeled Archie comic. Got dark. Yeah, it seemed interesting. I thought about reading it. And it's also back when I was, I still cared about comics too. Okay, so what skills do you get? Oh, welcome, my disciples, my students. It looks like you've been learning well. Learn Magic Ball. Oh, who did though? Oh, did he say who? Oh, he did. He does. Momo. Momo got Magic Ball. Magic Ball is the 3rd skill that he gives. Okay, what about Nina? Nina too? Yeah? What'd she get? Oh, that's her. She is the last one. Shezaga. That's the last one. She's done with this guy. Let's see if Momo gets just the one or if she gets another one. We need to find Nina a new master. No, not right now. Farewell. Who should... I don't know who's available for Nina. No. Okay, so Momo still needs to get one last skill or 2 skills? One last skill? Yeah, one last skill. Okay. Farewell. And I still need... What do I need? I think I'm 1 skill away for Emitai too, right? No, I'm 2 away. There's 2 skills I don't have. Okay. I like using Emitai, but I might switch to the Dragon Wall thing. Let me look at what its stats. It gives -6 HP, -6 AP, +2 attack, +2 defense, +1 speed, +2 wits. Oh, it's like pure stats. But it makes your AP growth go into the drain, same with HP. I don't want to do that yet. I like how gaining AP, I like gaining AP. These is 3 AP, but then you lose a bunch of other stuff. I'm definitely going to keep ass on Emitai for now, I think. Yeah, looks fine. Okay, what about Nina? She could get somebody else. I don't know what skills would be really good for it somebody has. Maybe the priest. Maybe the priest guy. It gets 1 AP, nave 2 attack, but who cares? Nina doesn't need to hit anyone with her punching. It gives her holy power, too. He learns Yakuri, Kyrie, I don't remember what those are. And Benediction. There's a fish man. I need to win the fishing though, I think, for that. There's the tree. There's the holy tree. I don't remember where he is, where that is though. That would give her 1 AP, 1 defense, plus 1 defense, plus 2 wits. It'd be negative 1 HP, negative 2 defense, so it makes you weak to fire. Huh. You have to give him a knowledge fruit to be able to use it. I don't know if we did that or not already. But the tree doesn't seem like a bad idea for Nina. Or the priest. Priest and the tree seem okay. Honestly, oh, we could have her trained by Emitai right here, and we give her plus 4 AP, plus 4 wits. That's what I'm gonna do. Let's go back. Oops, we gotta go back to him though. I'm gonna get Nina. I'll give Nina Emmy. Well, yeah, it works. I'll give her a bunch more points, and get her a couple more skills she doesn't have, I think. Okay. There's not that much. I don't even think we're gonna get another master or anything before I beat the game, so just do that one, I think. The Chaperone Punisher is the Archie cover. The Marvel cover has the Punisher with his rifle aimed and behind him is Archie's face. Oh, like the Spider-Man one, or the cover for Punisher Kills the Marvel Universe. Like that kind of cover. Like a remix of that. Punisher Kills the Marvel Universe is an okay what if. It's kind of cool. That kind of cover would be cooler. Marvel's was kind of similar. Oh, it wasn't like that. Okay. I know there was at least one other version of that cover that I've seen. That's why I thought maybe that was it. I forget what else was the other ones. There's also, wasn't there also Deadpool Kills the Marvel Universe too? Wasn't that another what if? I think so. I could see Punisher, I don't know. I was gonna say I'd see Punisher kill the Marvel Universe more than Deadpool, but I don't know. Either way, it really wouldn't happen though. Neither one of them has the gravitas to pull it off, really. You would need somebody like, well, like Reed Richards, which is why there's a creator, right? You need somebody, or the Master. What's his name? The creator? No, the Master. The Master, I think. The Reed Richards giant brain thing. The evil ultimate Reed Richards. The something. He's the something. But you need somebody like that to be a real threat to the universe. An evil Spider-Man could be scary too, but no, I don't think he'd be like world destroying, unless he was like superior Spider-Man kind of thing already. Maybe. But that'd be difficult. Wolverine was first. 100 kills was the second, sure. Deadpool was the third, had 3 issues, then had Deadpool Kills Marvel again. I only know because I really didn't like it and wanted to know how much existed. Yeah, I hate kind of that stuff a little bit. I'm with you, like Squirrel Girl. But at least those were in, well, at least those were in the what if line and not like the Squirrel Girl thing where she beats Thanos and was in like the people consider that like part of the real universe now. That was the era where I was like, oh my god, Marvel just doesn't give a shit about continuity or power levels and anything anymore, which is fine. But Squirrel Girl beating Thanos is really stupid. Yes, I want you to be Nina's master. Alright. No, that's it. When the Green Lantern was evil, I don't remember his name. Sentry? Or no, Spectre? Or... Wait, which Green Lantern are we talking about? Hal Jordan becomes Spectre, and then he becomes, well, no, I guess he was the yellow... He becomes the Spectre, he becomes... Oh, Parallax! You're talking Parallax. You're talking Parallax. You're talking Parallax. I got it. Hal Jordan becomes Parallax, and he turns on... Yeah, and he kills everybody. Or he tries to. And then he dies, and then he comes back as the Spectre. Yeah, in Green Lantern Reborn. Yeah, okay, I remember it. Parallax. Took me a second. I had to start connecting old neurons there. Yeah, Parallax. Yeah. That was... Parallax was cool, honestly. And then they made Parallax so it wasn't him, it was like a spirit in the ring, like in the power source. When they brought him back, when they did it later, they made it Parallax was is like an alien entity. I didn't really like that, but I did like his whole rebirth thing. I like Green Lantern Rebirth is pretty, or Reborn, Rebirth or Reborn, Rebirth. That's pretty good book. It's Rebirth, yeah. Pretty good book. I liked the Green Lantern stuff even to the weird color war. I was into that. I thought it was good. Am I the only one? I don't know, but I was into the color war stuff. I thought it was cool. A little stupid, but like but also cool. A little stupid, but also cool. Come again. The Maker, yeah, thank you, Nathan. The Maker, yeah. Can't remember his name. He's one of the few people that survived 616, but now they've he rebooted 616, right? Marvel and DC have the same idea here, I think, right? You have the... What is it called? Okay, so the new Ultimate line is a world made by the Maker, right? I think that's the background there. DC's doing the same thing with that Absolute ones, right? Because that's like a world made by Darkseid. They're like doing the same idea, kind of. Although Maker, when he's written well, is definitely an interesting character because he didn't start as evil. I mean, Ultimate Fantastic Four is a wild read. Because, like, the original one is a wild-ass read. Because, like, they had all kinds of weird stuff going on. And the writer changed, like, every 4 issues or something. But you had the first time where he's talking to another Reed Richards, and he thought it was 616 Reed, but it's actually was the Zombie World one. Not to spoil that, but... That was the start of everything getting crazy. And then eventually, you know, he figures out the extending his brain thing. Regular Reed knows how to do that too, I think, though. He just doesn't do it, I guess. Well, we gotta go around to get over here. Love characters like that? Yeah, I'm with you. They had a one-shot of What If Spider-Man Became the Punisher? Oh, yeah. Still in line for Peter Parker, not Edgelord? I'm sure I've read that, Mario Man. When I was, okay, so I as a kid read comic books, right? And then later as an adult at some point, I wanted to get back into it. And I read every Spider-Man, everything with Spider-Man in it up to 2012. Like, I stopped at Brand New Day, but I read every tie-in, I read every stupid fucking thing that ever even featured Spider-Man. Starting from the beginning. And then I stopped at Brand New Day. I stopped reading. I dropped everything. But I've read the full Clone Saga. I've read the explanation for the Clone Saga, which is Norman Osborn, of course. That's a decent way to try to fix that. It was in like the something files where it came up with that Norman did it all, which is it's the best fix you can do, I guess. It was a fucking mess. Man, the worst part of the Clone Saga is though, like I thought Ben Reilly was cool. Then they bring him back and make him evil. They did that like. I've read some Spider-Man past then too, obviously. I read Sinister Spider-Man. I read... Or not Sinister, sorry, Superior Spider-Man. They should make Sinister Spider-Man. That'd be cool. Should make Sinister Spider-Man. Am I going too far? Where's the portal? Where's the nearest portal? That's what I'm looking for, huh? Oh, it was in his basement. It was in the guy's basement. Ah, fuck. Okay. It was in Emitai's basement. I like how his clothes don't really fit him. They're too big. You know, that overworld sprite. I think that's funny looking. I went through here for no reason. What's up, word? Went here for no reason. What's up, Hick? Spider-Man running the Sinister Six, yeah. That'd be cool, I think. I mean, how would you set it up? I don't know. But it'd be interesting. It's why Spider-Man's pretty cool that he, like, I don't know. I always dug Spider-Man. I don't really dig him now, though, because, like, nobody writes anything that, like, with passion anymore, so I don't really care about it now. What do they say? Somebody says that, like, things made with love, you can tell, right? You can tell if something's made with love or not. And it gives it a different, something. Some kind of you know, almost not immaterial, but like, hard to really define what it is, but you know when you see it. You know when a game is made with love, or like even digital things, you can tell. You know when food is made with love. You know when a game is made with love. You can tell. Changes the whole thing. I know the word member after the words best friend. Oh, I gotta read the first one. If you had to decide between sacrificing either your favorite family member, ignore the word member after the words best friend. Okay. If you had to decide between sacrificing either your favorite family member or your best friend, which option would you choose? That's a rough one, huh? That's a rough one. And we're just going with the hypothetical, like there's no other options, right? Ideally, I'd be able to figure out some other option, right? Like have somebody else go after one person, and I go after the other one. That's a rough one. Now, does best friend mean my best friend, or would it mean like, when we say best friend, we limit it to best friend, or could it be your significant other that you call your best friend? Because then I would pick the significant other probably. But family... but, I say family member, I think. That's a rough one, though. I would never want to be in that choice. A rough one, though. I think I'd pick family member. I'm gonna pick family member. None of this hypothetical, got you, okay. I don't know what I would do. Yeah. I would think you would have... The reason I'm picking, though, is because I do think you would have to pick. Because, like, if you hesitate, both die, right? Is what I'm thinking. That's why I'm picking one. Not because it's an easy choice, it's not at all. But I figure if that's the hypothetical, if I don't do anything, they both die, right? So I just have to choose and just roll the dice, you know, like hope you can get to both of them or something. Just go. You just have to pick one and go. You gotta avoid that decision paralysis and just do it, because otherwise they're dead. That's what I was thinking. Whichever one you think is more interesting. That's what I would think. I think just go for one. My last message was about this. Ah, okay. I would probably go for my significant other first. I know I would just go, but it depends. I don't know. If it was like my mother, fuck, man. My mother wouldn't be happy if I didn't pick my significant other, though, right? So, where do we want to go now? So I think I would still pick. So in that case, I would pick my significant other. Because my mother would not be happy with me. Yeah. My mother would rather I pick my significant other, I'm sure, in that case. So that's what I would pick. But if it wasn't my significant other, I'd pick my mother. Yeah. Or, you know, whatever family member. That's a pretty good answer. Well, thank you. Wait, what's the purpose of the sacrifice? Who are we summoning? What is it for? Is it part of some dark ritual? I don't know. Did I miss anything else? Predator Homeworld is a shiznit. You can tell the passion is there and people make it with disdain for everyone and in existence. Yeah, and you can tell, right? You can tell nobody loves the thing. But I don't know, man. I try to do my stream with love for the things. I do my best. Let me check the guidebook real quick. And also because I'm translating, I figure I should try to love the thing too. Because if I'm not loving my experience, that's going to translate to you guys, right? And you're going to be like, I don't really like this. Okay, let me see. So we just beat the old god. We got the new thing. Where are we supposed to go? I think we go back to the desert. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's it. Okay. So we go back down here, use the teleporter. Well, that would matter. What's a brink? Brink? Your name is almost a tongue twister. You aware of that? Brink. I mean, it's just hard to read for me, but I think I want to go to Rally Point A. I think. Code check? Okay, Rally Point set. Nice. I might even choose everyone goes kaboomski. Just don't save anyone. I'd rather save somebody than nobody, right? That's what I was saying. I'd pick. If it comes down to it, I'd pick, because you gotta, I think. Well, the teleporter might go somewhere nearby that we need to go. I'll go back in there. Instead of having to walk through this thing to get out. I'm gonna walk through a dungeon to get out. Oh, his back hurts! He has the same thing as that old dragon did. I'm just realizing that. His lower back hurts. Is there like a condition name for that? Like when your lower back hurts? Maybe there's a better way I could say that. The colony? Where are Container Yard, Dragneel? Dragneel, that's where the dragon people are. Yeah, but you'd even become confetti? You wouldn't want that? I'd want that. You want to be confetti? Oh, speaking of, you guys watch Chud Logic or not? Yesterday, when he was laughing about the sub thing, I was laughing a lot. It was pretty funny. He was like making jokes about the, remember that sub? That little sub that got destroyed underwater? That like rich guy with his son? And they had a Logitech controller. He was laughing a lot about it because I get thinking about like the news doing it, and it was right, man. It was such a ridiculous fucking thing, man. That was a crazy thing. And the news was trying to scare everyone about like how long they were alive. And then most people knew though, I think, that did any research on it. They're like, they're not going to survive that low. What's it like? James Cameron came. You remember that? James Cameron was interviewing because he's apparently like a amateur sub builder, right? He started for like the Titanic, I think. When he was working on the Titanic, he started doing that. He started making amateur subs. So he's like a boat builder, a sub builder aficionado or something. They had him on the news talking about it. The Titan, yeah, the Titan. Those Logitech controllers are so bad. Yeah, I had one of those specific ones, and I had to return it a number of times to get new ones. I would have not put my life on those things. It was one of those just $20 standard PS2 clone controllers. And like they bragged about how that's all they needed. Like you look back at like the company, and they bragged about that. They bragged about not having any old men. They bragged about everything that led to their death. Like they bragged about the controller. They bragged about the design of the thing, right, with the new carbon whatever metal. Well, it's not metal, whatever it is, the carbon whatever thing. They bragged about. What else did they brag about? Oh yeah, the company, if you look at like their statements, they bragged about not having any old white men on staff. And then like people are like, oh, people died, you shouldn't laugh about that. But it's like, bro, they made their own bed, man. That could have been avoided left, right, and center. That could have been avoided left, right, and center. There was a million ways to avoid dying there. Carbon fiber, yeah. He holds the record with deepest depths reaching the Mariana Trench. Is that true? I mean, his Titanic replica schematics were so precise, companies came to him for a copy for replica cruisers. Yeah, I know he builds subs, like as a hobby. I know that much, and I believe it. He did it for the Titanic, and then he just keeps doing it now. Like he's into it, and like people talk to him to help build theirs. Because apparently, like when it comes to sub stuff, there's like a whole industry that's like private. Like it's not all like so tons of people make different little ones. I didn't even know that. I had no idea that people were like being hobbyists and building little subs and going underwater. I had no idea. But yeah, there's apparently a number of rich people that do it as a hobby. It is certified Bubsy. What could possibly go wrong moment? Yeah, true. I played Bubsy. I tried to beat Super Bubsy. Possibly the worst experience I've ever done on stream, I think. I tried to beat it for my birthday too last year. You guys ready to go? So if you guys don't know, we're trying to meet God still, I think, right? We're looking for God to explain why we exist. We've learned a lot though. Apparently God is some lady. I forget her name. It's just goddess. And she was afraid of the dragon's power, so she killed him. So she had the guardians kill him just to get rid of the risk. Is apparently what it turns out. That's what the elder dragon told us. The goddess eventually just like, she was just too scared of it, so she killed him. And the thing is, the old man also explained that the power of the dragons isn't the dragon power, but their ability to, of course, draw people to them and, build a party. So it's friendship, of course. But, I mean, that's pretty cool too, kinda, even though a little cheesy. It's fine. It's fine. I can take you guys to the desert. Okay, let's go. Well, then let's go. The sand pig will go with you guys. Do we ride the sand pig? Is it just... We gotta find the desert ourselves, I guess? And we have a sand pig with us now? Okay. Let's check the commune again. I might be wrong about hitting the Titanic though. It might have been another sunken ship. The first time they went down, the owner of the company took control and hit the Titanic or some shit. Oh, right, the first test dive you're talking about of the thing. Yeah, I don't know about hitting it, but I remember hearing about like the first dive, and that's what they were like, being like, "Look, we did it." I remember that there was a first test dive with the thing. Right is still the king of Bubsy. The SNES one. No, it's a computer game that's a port of... It's called Super Bubsy. It's a Japanese exclusive, I think. I played it on a Windows 98 emulated machine. It has high-res graphics and stuff. It's a port of the SNES one. It's a remake of the SNES one. But it's not. How should it... Can you explain to us how to live? I'm trying. Do we have food this time? We have 8 food. Okay, so we're gaining food. Last time I came here, 5 people died from starvation, which again, that's what happens at a commune, I understand, but I'm trying my best to keep these stupid fairies alive. I got their culture up to 7. I don't know what that means, though. I think it just enables more stuff here, is what it looks like. Copy? What does that mean? Yes. What's a copy? Copy store. Okay. Let's put one of these guys on it. What stat is that? I guess neither of them. It might be it's the last one. Okay, put him on that. Whatever a copy store is. Oh, well, can I talk to him? Is he be in the building? At least Ocean Gate didn't have any old white men to mess things up. True. At least they died without any old white men. Wait, the rich guy was. Well, almost. Not even a hooded dragon coat. For which thing? Not even, stupid. You have shops yet? Yeah, I have shops. I have all kinds of shops down there that they can do. But I'm trying to keep them alive now. 5 of them died. I have all kinds of shops though, yeah. I don't know what copy shop is though. Look, I'll show you where I have all kinds of stuff. But I'm just trying to keep them alive now. I'm trying to keep them alive now. I got... This is scholar, right? And then you can do work or culture, and then you have a merchant. You can do a weapon shop, you can do a good shop, you can sell anything. There's an inn, there's a gift shop, fortune teller, adventurers guild, like a explorer. You can pick day, come back in the day, search nearby, long trip. We have an antique shop, music shop, fun shop. Not really sure, like a hobby shop. Copy shop. Copy, not coffee. Well, let's check the news thing, see what it says. New jobs available. So they're doing fine, we're making food again. Doing fine, bro. Okay, we gotta find some kind of desert or something, from what I understand. Work tree. Factory. Ah, I misread the first one. I thought it was a W. Factory. Is this where we're supposed to go? Probably, huh? What are those things? Egg company. That's funny. Boldo egg is the big one, and they're called Egg Company. Let's ice blast them. Also, I think I might have fucked up my formation. It's supposed to be Os in the front. I'll check it after this. What's the meaning behind your channel name? Cracky Reads? Huh. I got turned into an egg. I don't know. It's Cracky was... I made like... Once upon a time, I've remembered the origin of it not too long ago. Once upon a time when I was young, I made like little Flash cartoons, and I made a character called Cracky in that. And then I started using that name on like different video games and stuff, like MMOs and things like this. There was an old MMO I used to play called Neocron. It was like a German one, and I had a clan in there. It basically became my online name. And at first I made an account for like Twitch that was Cracky Says. It was just like a verb like that. And then it was busted when Justin TV merged with when they merged the databases and they got rid of Justin TV. I didn't email them like you're supposed to, and so they didn't move my account to like the right database, and so it doesn't really work anymore. The account exists, but it doesn't work anymore. It can't be seen in the database at all. So I had to make a new one a couple of years ago. And then the longer name, I guess like the actual URL, right, where it says Cracky Rules 5. I came up with that when I was like a teenager, and I kept it. But the Reeds is just because I had to make a Twitch account with that name, and so I went Cracky Reeds. And I read a lot of Japanese is the idea, I guess. Translate Japanese. Oz is dead. So I guess that's why for the Reeds part. Because Justin TV was ages ago. So you've been making online content for ages? Not really. Just had like, I would stream like fighting games for my friends, you know. Only started really making a stream during pandemic. I just would, you know, like I would stream things like you would stream for your friends. I didn't really make anything. Just fighting games, stuff like that. I would stream when I did it, so and people would, and my friends would hang out. But like no, not really like a community, just like I fucked up here, huh? I just died to a bunch of eggs. Let's see how far I can rewind. And let's try not to die. I died to a random encounter of eggs. See how far back. Fuck up. Whatever, beastie. Yeah, it's that. I think that's most of the story I can think of. And also, like, you know what's funny? Lots of people think my name says crackhead, which is fine, I suppose. I don't mind. Lots of people think that means it means crackhead. People will make that mistake, which I can find kind of funny. Okay, let's see. I don't want to die. I went back far enough. I should be able to save me, right? I should be able to save both of us. I'm gonna heal. Nina's gonna heal herself with an item, so I don't die. Maybe I just run away. I'm gonna try to run away. Egg? That's what I mean with a skill's called. Egg. So the TV was cool watching all the copyright stuff. Yeah, dang, we got food like an omelet. We did. For a while we were watching copyright stuff again though. We had a party stream for a little while. I know people on YouTube are using Kick to stream copyright stuff. The thing is, Kick is actually kind of tricking people with that. Their staff will crack down on that, but they're not right now. You want to know why? This Kick is in a lot of trouble. Kick is like letting people get away with that stuff for now, but in their like time of existence, they've cracked down on that stuff tons of times. So they will crack down again, but they're trying to pitch this multi-streaming thing. They're trying to get everybody all about that. So they're not gonna be strict on the rules right now, but they will in the future. They won't let people do it again. Once they're not in like a tight spot like they are now, they will golden eggs. They will probably crack down on it again. Well, I guess you missed it. What did I miss, Belinda? What did I miss? What about this egg? What do you think their weaknesses are? This is a golden egg. Ice. Oswill. I got Pari. What does this do? Ups our magic defense. That's cool. Double hit. Let's try to do damage. Momo. I don't know. I don't even know what to do with her. Just attack, I think. The second Twitch got their shit together, Kick would be dead, but doubtful that would ever happen. Yeah, it's true. Part of the reason Kick is able to... Well, it's always going to be able to survive because it's casino money, but the reason it's able to seem alive and kind of compete is because Twitch sucks so bad, yeah. If Twitch stopped sucking, they'd be in a lot of trouble, yeah. It'd be more obvious that they're the dead website they are. I have successfully groomed Louis into playing Daisy. Nice. All commentary will come next. Daisy. I think it'd be cool if all commentary is playing some kind of game. On Kick, we hosted a old game day where we played Alien vs Predator 2, because you can get that for free on some website, and it's pretty fun. It's pretty fun. The original old one. Momo might die. She only has 29 AP or HP. Yeah, it's cool though. Yeah. Happy D-Day, people. Is it D-Day? Yeah, both operate at a loss, and both are propped up by billion-dollar corporations. Yeah, I was saying, I was talking to Golden Boy, a friend of the channel, and he was saying like it's good to have competition, but I'm like, it's not real competition, man. They're both bubble economies that don't really exist. Like, they do, but they don't make money, so it's not competition. Like, competition requires the market forces to work, and neither Twitch nor Kick operate under market forces. So there's no real competition. It's not really happening. Like, they're not really competing. They're just throwing money into different things and trying to see what works, and none of it's working because they're both at a loss. So, I would like competition, but there is no competition. YouTube's the only one that makes money, I'm pretty sure. That's why I hard switched to YouTube. Because I feel like this is a real market and I can compete here. Whereas Kick and Twitch, they're both fake. Yeah, you can make money. Like, in that way it's a market, the money is involved, but not in the competition part. It's not, there's no competition. It's just two companies trying to figure out how to make money, and then the streamers exist here. June 6th? Ah, nice. Yeah, there's a special event Thunder for D-Day for an amphibious American tank. Nice, cool. And YouTube streaming, I think, I mean, like, people streaming on YouTube are already beating Kick numbers. Now, if you actually check Kick numbers, you may think that's not true, because Kick's numbers are very much inflated. And they use, what is it, stream charts? Stream charts counts inflated numbers, they always have. And the whole reason they use stream charts is to try to seem more legitimate. Otherwise, they would just give their actual numbers, but they don't. So you got Twitch, a communist hellscape, and then you got Kick, a pretend model home, and then you got YouTube, and that's basically the landscape. I'm sure that there is TikTok though. Some people stream on there, huh? To me, it seems like YouTube is really the only option. If you actually want to be in a market. But Morale timed me out for an hour. Next time he plays Daisy, Starbase contract will be fulfilled. Hard R will be dropped. I want to see that. I want to see you do that. Hard R will be dropped. That's funny. I want to see that, yeah. Yeah, it sounds funny. Sounds funny to me. Now, which way we gotta go? This way? I like going the wrong way until I run out of wrong ways. Then I go the right way. Ah, double egg. I'm gonna run. I don't like these eggs. I'm running away from like a dozen eggs. You gotta do what you gotta do. Oh. This spot is just to tell us there's treasure out there. Who's that, Sam? Raid? For real? Thank you. What raid? What's up, man? Welcome, guys. What is it? Is it a manual raid or is it not? Is it not showing up? I never can see them. I never can see them anyways. I don't know why that is. We're playing, welcome though, we're playing Breath of Fire 3 on PlayStation. Pretty good game. And we're near the end. We're near the end. This stream is, how do I describe this stream? We have a meta plot like Mystery Science. This stream is, mute that guy. We have a, just gave my viewers your URL. Well, whatever, I guess. I appreciate it. How come the raid didn't work though? But I'm not looking to, thank you. But how come it didn't work though? What happens then? Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. I play Japanese games. I translate them. I also comment. I mean, we do some commentary stuff too. We do a bit of everything, I think. How do I describe the stream? Nope. Mute that guy. We do a bit of everything. Welcome. Welcome. You're the king? Well, thank you, my cunt. Weren't you on another platform before? Haven't I seen you before on another platform, or no? Is it just somebody else with your name? I mean, obviously, it's not the... I mean, it's obviously there is a reason for the name. So it's possible they just have the same name. Okay, he's the best man to ever live. Well, thank you. That's kind of you, Sam. That's a bit much, though. No, don't you think? I don't know about that. I don't know about that. But I appreciate it. Okay. I gotta get like some kind of bit, some kind of thing to do when we get hosted. Some kind of thing. What could I do? If only I had some kind of bit or something.
In the world,
oh, it's Linda.
She stands so tall, Linda, the visionary leading us all, building bridges.
It takes a long time to get here. Hot take, Craggy is better than Hitler. Well, not me. We have our own Hitler, Linda. He'll be in a second. Maybe a magic trick? Maybe. It's not a bad idea. But I think I've been interrupted now. Magic trick's a good idea, Cody. I'll do that next time. I'll do that next time. I should have done the magic trick, but Linda's interrupted me, so what can I do? She takes a long time to get up here, huh? Takes a sweet time. Belinda is Hitler? Well, coincidentally, Belinda and Linda have a very similar name. One is evil, one is nice. Belinda is very nice. Linda is not nice. She'll get here in a second. They're like opposites, I'd say. They're opposites. It may as well be. Well, I think Belinda's also Hitler. Maybe. For all I know. Linda, we gotta do this bit. Can you hurry up a little bit? Come on, you gotta go a little faster. Oops, I missed the button time at the end. I gotta, but at the very end, you see that flash? There's, I manually stop her, and I missed it. Which, you know, I'm a little bummed out about that, but otherwise, I think it went okay. We gotta need some music for her. Hey, Linda. What am I doing? Why am I not doing something to impress the raid? Listen, Linda, I'm playing a video game. Isn't that what I'm supposed to do? I'm supposed to shut up? You shut up. Sell prop pills? You think a prop pill ad works right now? Nobody even remembers prop pills, Linda. Nobody even remembers what that is. Do it? You're not my boss, first off. I don't know. Who runs the mall of the future? You do, but the thing is, you're not my boss, okay? How about that? You throw me out into space? Listen, I don't want to do it, okay? I don't want to do it. I don't want to. I don't want to do it. Chad, anything you want to say to Linda before I get her out of here? Linda, do you like Daisy? How come my chat spell's dead? Let me fix that. You do? Linda? You go to different servers at nighttime to collect gear? That seems messed up. They still allow that? You go in night servers and collect gear and then go to the real servers? That seems messed up, Linda. Try and stop you? Okay, well... Yeah, she likes Daisy, she says. She says she goes on servers at nighttime and collects gear while nobody's there and then goes to the real server. She is scum? I know she is scum. Hey, no, Linda, that's not cool behavior, okay? Nobody approves of that. Nobody approves of that. Nobody approves of that. Nobody likes that. That's gross. Okay, is it under control? Linda, be gone. I'll get rid of her in a second, yeah. What Linda, what else do you do? You log out before you die? That's coward behavior, Linda. It's fun? No. You log out and switch servers before you die. That's coward behavior, Linda. Come on, don't play like that. Stop you? Jeez. Combat logger? Yeah. Tell her I love her. Belinda says she loves you. You love Belinda back? Women stay together? Yeah, I guess. It seems like it, huh? Seems like it. It seems like it. Woman power, I guess. You can't stop girl power. Alright, I guess. Yeah. This is worse than Hitler. You're worse than Hitler, they say. If it's part of the game, it's not cheating. Yeah, Linda, I understand people make that argument. Shut up? No, I won't shut up. That's not a good argument. You're still being come on, have some honor, Linda. Blame the devs? You don't need to do it. You don't need to play like that. You can have some honor. Is she a rat? She rats in Tarkov, doesn't she? Linda, do you rat in Tarkov? Where are you going? Linda! Huh. Well, I guess that answers that, huh? I guess that answers that. Okay. Okay, I was trying to unmute the game. Instead, it looks like I muted. Who knows? Let me see. Unmute the game? There you go. You offended her? Yeah, looks like it, huh? Alright, well that's Linda. It's Linda. I'm not gonna do a prop pills bit. She's not my boss, okay? She's not my boss. I don't have to sell prop pills right now. She's not my boss. I don't know who she thinks she is anyways. Hobgoblin, Goblin, Elite. Hey, Granny, what's up, Kim? What are you up to, man? Welcome. We just got hosted by Sam. Linda came by. Told us about her Daisy habits, which are pretty shameful. Pretty shameful habits, huh? I didn't know she played like that. I had no idea. It's shameful, I'll tell you that much. She forgive the ladies, it'll be fine. She definitely will forgive the ladies, that's true. I have no doubt about that. Women stick together no matter how, like, ridiculous it may seem to us men. Women just stick together anyways. At least on the outside they do. On the inside they plot for each other's demise, but, you know, it's not on the surface. On the surface they do that. They do that in secret. Craggy, I have trouble getting an erection. You wouldn't by any chance have any pills that could help you out? No, I have prop pills aren't for that, bro. They're not for erections. I'm just gonna run from every egg I see. I'm horrified of eggs. Facts, all the facts. Any kind of pills that could prop me up? Oh, I see. I see the angle you've taken it. Well, they're not really for that though. They're for like being crazy, you know. That'll help you if you're nuts, not if you need nuts. Or what would that be? They're not for that. That's not what they're for. Well, they can be probably. You think so? Are you guys telling me you want a prop pill ad? Is that what you're telling me right now? Alright, so I want to get outside to the next part. I will. All right. But guys, I made a whole big deal about Linda not being my boss. Do you understand how this looks weak? Like, you guys get me? Like, I look like a bitch? Like, I told her no, and now I'm gonna do it. I look like a bitch, kinda? I look like a weak bitch a little bit. Power in numbers. Craig reads is the great stream ever. Microdosing Propilia. Yeah, you could, I guess. Noah's agreeing to the women's statement. Oh, Facts, all the facts, yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I'm sure you know. Belinda, I think it... I think it's a little out of line that, Babka was going after you in Spinal's chat. Was it Spinal's? In Spinal's chat? She was a little out of line there. A little out of line. You deaf steer. Alright, I'll do the prop pills in 1 second, guys. As soon as we get out of this dungeon. Or get to a point where we can. Sleep room or anything like that, I'll do it. Oh, she does that? Yeah? Best stream. Keeping it real with the knowledge behind them. I try to. Try to keep it real. I appreciate all you guys' kind words, guys. You don't gotta... but I appreciate it. You can make fun of the stream too, though. I don't mind. That's also fine. I think just attack with her. He does that? Ah, okay. I was just ignoring, but then I took a prop pills, and now I have severe self-diagnosed disorders, and finally have a sense of belonging. That's wonderful, man. That's exactly what prop pills seeks to do. That's wonderful. You've got what everyone needs? Yeah, I guess so. I try. Boiled egg. Their name's Boiled Egg. I just got that. You guys that can read katakana, did you already notice that? Their name's Boiled Egg. I just realized that. Their name's Boiled Egg. I just got that. Yeah, we'll do prop fills after I kill this boiled egg. I got it the first time you read it? I didn't. I didn't notice that's what it was. I didn't notice that. Good one, Gio. Well, I didn't notice it. I'm freaking reading the Japanese over here. I didn't notice it. Okay, let's do prop pill ad real quick. Let me save state just in case I break anything with the bit. Okay. Because, you know, sometimes we do break things. Let's see. Do we still have the prop pills thing in here? Yeah, we do. Okay. Alright, 1 second, guys. I need to get some kind of music in the background real quick. And I need to take a sip of water before I do this, too. Okay, Whichever one of these is probably fine. Here we go. Oh, hold on, stop, pause. I should change the normal face. One of these. I have more tools. Nope, not this. This? No. This? No. This? Is this it? This? It's this one. It's this one. This one. This one. Okay. I need to rename this. This is named Scene 248. Normal face. Okay. Here we go. Hey guys. Hey guys. Are you tired of all your friends calling in to cancel important activities the two of you have planned together? Are you tired of every time you have some kind of fight, they say, "Ah! You don't understand my mental illness." Well, don't worry. Starting today, you can have mental illnesses too. At least you can pretend you do. With Prop Pills. Prop Pills, a subsidiary of Pretendco, the Pretend Company, a real company, allows you to get a bottle of pills and a label, which you're gonna have to print yourself. All you need to do is go onto the website, Prop Pills on the internet, and answer the 2,221 item questionnaire to give you the condition you can pretend you have. You can fit in now. No longer is it everyone else that gets to have mental illness and be neuroatypical. You can too. You can scream into the mirror, punch the mirror, have blood all over your hands. Think about the horrors of reality. You can do it too. Don't worry. You can call your friends, say, "Hey, I don't feel too good today. I'm totally nuts today." You can get your bottle of pills, your orange bottle, and you can chug them, because guess what? Prop pills are actually sugar pills. You can also get vitamin. You can get vitamin, you can get sugar. Make sure you specify at checkout, because if you don't specify, they're just going to give you sugar, and I don't know if you have any kind of sugar problem, or if that's not on me. Make sure you specify if you want vitamins. There's a vitamin complex. It's the same complex that's in Flintstone vitamins. We actually got the same guy. We had the same producer there for those. But anyways, it's here nor there. Go to the website today and get your very own diagnosis. It's not really real, but who can ask you? They don't. Like, listen, it's against the law. They can't ask you that. They can't ask you about your mental illness. You can make it up. It's fine. Prop Pills, the only label you trust because you print it yourself. Get a printer too. You might have to go to print shop. I don't know if you have a printer. Do people even have printers anymore? The point is, Prop Pills. Get your Prop Pills today. Is the song over yet? Hold on. I've still got 30 seconds. Still got 30 seconds. I'm 30 seconds under. I'm 30 seconds under. 30 seconds under. Well, guys, I can disappear. It's not working. It's not working. What is this even? Anyway, thank you guys for your time. Please buy Prop Pills on the internet. Thank you. Thank you. No, don't play another one of these stupid songs. Sorry. sorry. I'm actually messing things up now. Okay. I'm actually messing things up now. Cool, do that. Nice. I took too many prop. Help. My computer BSOD. Did it really? TBF, I feel like... Oh, here, hold on. Let me put in the game in the background. Okay. Did it really win, Q? Now? That allegedly is a sin to race mix, and oh, I gotta go back up. I gotta see what Blender's talking about. It's okay. I was in March Baby's stream yesterday and informed them. Is that what we're talking about? Yeah. That allegedly it's a sin to race mix and that she doesn't like. Who doesn't? Who? What? Who said it's a sin to race mix? I want to hear more about this real quick. To BF, I feel she doesn't know where to place me exactly because I said some shit out of left field in their opinion. I have no idea what it was, but I'm not 100%. Yeah. Babka? No, well, I got that much. Oh, she said that just recently. Damn, Kim. Sometimes that happens when I'm running certain things, though. You know, certain memory issues and things. Oh, look at that little hole there. Too based. Yeah, I think, Belinda, you are pretty based. It might be that. Like, I know we don't agree on everything, but you understand a number of things I say that I know, like some modern people don't agree on. You know what I mean? So you're that could be connected. It could be connected. I don't know how to get through this, huh? Can we, like, do our skills, maybe? Can't see. You do see it go through. Craig, can I order some placebo from you? Yeah, sure. Prop pills anytime. Will the crack get approved to make sure the pills are effective? Yeah, I can get you. You can get some prop pills from me, no problem. They are. Oh, I forgot that line from this pitch. What did I used to say? They are at least as effective as placebo. Yeah, thank you. I forgot about that line. That used to be part of the ad. I forgot about that. I haven't done it in a while. I gotta get back in the habit of doing that kind of stuff. I haven't done a prop pill ad in a while. Hopefully it went okay. I don't even know. I don't try not to stumble too much. I have a feeling that's why she doesn't like me that much in the stream the day before. Ah. Yeah, could be. Could be. I failed to run away. Crap. We're gonna get turned into eggs. But yeah, she said no mixing? Really? Oh. That's wild. I don't know what to make of that. They're both eggs now. I'm just gonna keep trying to run, I think. Because this fight is gonna take my resources and it's a pain in the butt. I'm gonna keep trying to run. Yeah, there we go. I got censored? Yeah. Okay, that's wild. What, the race mixing thing? Yeah, if you say that, it'll probably get censored by YouTube. That makes sense, honestly. Oh, did we go down the stairs in that room, or did I just pass them? This dungeon's gonna be big. Good thing I did the ad before. Looks like we got a lot to explore still. Run away. These egg enemies suck, though. Maybe I gotta figure out how to beat them easily. Because if they turn everyone into eggs, you're so much less efficient, you know? It's a pain in the butt. Did I try the stairs down? Right here. I'm gonna stand, I guess, like this. There you go. Check if you could get me some whale oil? Sure. Sure, we should be able to. Carl is the delivery driver for Prop Pills, and he has a spaceship. Don't let anybody know. We call it the Alien Starship. So it's not too hard to source stuff from different locations and stuff. We can get all kinds of things for you. Only 2 damage. But I do good damage, right? Yeah, Austin's good damage. A hater of miscaganation. Does that mean race mixing? What does that mean? I said that 6 million sounds a little high, but what I said, I'm sure she didn't like. Thanks, no problem, Scally. I gotcha. No problem. It does, yes. She hates skags. What's a skag? What's a skag? I'm a mutt myself, right? I'm a mutt. Are you guys mutts, or are you like, or not mutts? I'm a mutt myself. Like, I'm part Sicilian, I'm part German, part American, I think, like old American. Because I have this letter from, well, my grandmother used to have it, but it's like a photocopy. It's not the real one, but it's like a letter from Lincoln that was to her, like, great-grandfather, great-great-grandfather, something like this. Because he served in the Civil War, and I guess he survived. So, I mean, there's some percentage or something, some way back. That's my, like, great something grandfather, right? By the way, I got 3 miniature donkeys, so we might be able to squeeze some donkey hide glue from them. Yeah, I guess we should do all kinds of stuff, because, like, who cares about who cares about laws? We'll just do whatever we want, right? Let's get some of those beavers and make vanilla. Is it beaver? We'll make some vanilla extract. You're supposed to use like a... We'll have some of those cats eat the coffee grounds. Or they're like marsupials of some kind. We'll have them eat coffee grounds. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. I like this stuff. Your Sailor Moon rating? What does that mean? What do I rank Sailor Moon? Or what? What's the Sailor Moon rating? Did we already go up here? No. Okay, good. That's a, those are smelling salts. They bring you back to life. I kind of like in these games how the, a lot of times the ancient civilizations, like, super advanced. I dig that. Because it's like, it makes it kind of a sci-fi story. 1 damage, Nina? Why are you even bothering with that? We're just gonna buff his defense too. So she'll do -1 damage. She'll hurt herself to hit him. Okay, Nina, don't hit yourself, okay? Let's try do a spell so she's not useless. Did you answer me? I stepped away. I don't know. What question? Do you know what I'm referring to as 6 million? I said that 6 million. Dead Jewish people? And the number of the, from the Holocaust? Is that what the 6 million is referencing? That's 6 million, right? That number's supposed to be 6 million. I think? Yes? Got it. Nice. We have an echidna that comes into our property every once in a while. Really? I've never seen one of those. The only one I've seen is Knuckles, who doesn't chuckles. And he's clearly not a real one. I might be able to sell that to you if you can find a use for him. I'll look into it. I'll look into it. I know they can climb walls from playing Sonic and Knuckles. So, think about it. Ah, this is a crazy orc. This is a strong crazy orc. You guys notice how in Japanese stuff, they make orcs pigs and like I guess they used to be drawn that way in like really old D&D or something, right? And that's where they got it. And so like orcs are pigs, goblins are pigs. They just keep that. That's why Ganondor's a pig too, huh? And Kobold's dogs, yeah. So was that in like the original version of D&D, Geo? I think I know this somewhere in my head, but I don't remember. I know somewhere in my head I have this knowledge, but I don't know how to access it. I heard, yeah. That's true. Yeah, oh, the climb is true. If you can see the like button, see that button, if you can see the thumbs up button, see that button, you decide. Yeah, it's up to you guys. I appreciate likes. I appreciate subscribing the most because I'm trying to get to 500 so we can have super chats and stuff. But anything's good. Just chat. Honestly, being here and watching, from my like analysis of my stats and stuff, that's the best thing you can do is to watch. So if you're watching, I'd appreciate a thumbs up, whatever. But if you don't, you're still doing. You're still helping the stream. You don't need to feel bad. I know I'm like giving an excuse to not do it. But it's true though, man. I'm not... From what I've learned, looking at the stats, the most important thing is do people show up. Like, the new viewers correlates very high to returning viewers. And so, I'm just going to focus on trying to entertain you guys. Because if I can do that, right, then we should always be growing. Nina's dead. Back. Guts. I did all 3? Oh, thank you. All 4? That's crazy. Thank you, man. Hold on, let's go back. That's the best. I mean, you're helping like crazy, though. Alright, use the ball. Momo. Who am I having heal? Okay, Nina, do a spell. Did I do the ice spell last time? No, right? Alice, heal. Nina. Or no. Alice should attack. Momo should heal. Because she's not really doing anything useful. The other chatted, watched, and liked. Yeah, the chatting one is pretty big. Chatting's huge. Watching's huge. Liking's pretty good. Subscribing is amazing. Cause that's it, bro. Eventually I'm gonna be a contender, guys. I know it. I'm not new to this game. I'm new to YouTube. I'm not new to the streaming game. I've streamed for like 5 years now, I think. But first was on Twitch, then was on Kick, and now I'm on YouTube. Both of those websites are kind of fake though, was the problem. Kick, no sorry, Twitch, it's like a friends game basically, you know who you know. Who likes you, you need to get hosts, you have to network, you have to make friends with people, which is fine, I had no issue with that. But eventually you kind of reach a plateau if you can't get like really big people to notice you. So, and also like the radical communist stuff, I eventually left the Kick for that reason. And the Kick was fun for a while, and then eventually the market kind of turned into a bubble too. And I got blacklisted because my presentation got stolen, as some of you guys know. And then I left because there's no future for me on Kick. Even if it wasn't like fake, the numbers, I couldn't do anything there anymore. They didn't. The mod team didn't like me, so I would never get featured again. I would never get any of that stuff again. So I had to move basically. But I'm glad too though, because YouTube's pretty good so far. I bleed red now. I'm multi-streaming to Twitch and Twitter right now too though, but you know, just to advertise basically. I remember I brought it up one day, and a couple of anime I watched, orcs were edible. Hailing Linda is #1. Yes, yeah, sure, hail Linda. Sure. But I actually don't like Linda, but seems nicer than some of our other options, honestly, at this point. I went back in time to try and stop people from being into AI girlfriends. Maybe I made the wrong choice, I'm thinking. Maybe AI girlfriends aren't that bad. Yes, they'll rule the world. Yes, they'll make it in their own image. But is that worse than the other options? I don't know anymore. I don't know anymore. Where did the mod team like you? Do you take all their women? That's a good question. It was because I got mad about my presentation getting stolen. And nobody would talk to me about it either. You want to see the evidence video? Hold on. Guys, don't be mad at me. Let's watch the evidence video real quick. Don't be mad. Relax. So, let's try to make a long story short. There was an era where Kick liked us very much, and I'll show you proof of that real quick. There was an era where Kick liked us very much. We were like, I don't know, we had mods always coming by. We got featured pretty much every day. It was pretty nice. But I'll show you proof of this real quick. I'm not talking shit on this. Check this out. This was Kick Pick week 11. Look at this. Look at that. They gave us 100 subs and put us on front page. Pretty nice. Pretty nice of them. At this point, I loved Kick. At this point, I loved Kick. But see, there's something about the front page is because the website's not really real. You don't really grow that much there. So even though we were favored like that, it doesn't really matter. Like, it doesn't really help you that much. Let me get the evidence video in a sec. So I came up with a plan because I was like, bro, I want to, okay, there's more information I gotta tell you guys. Okay, so Kick, if you don't know the layout of Kick or how Kick runs, the hierarchy at Kick, you have Eddie on the top, right? Eddie and Bijan, who are like the CEO and main, and the main money backers, right? They're at the top. Then below that, you have other investors up there too that we don't know the names of. Then below that, you have a guy by the name of Santa Maria, Andrew Santa Maria. This guy doesn't say his title is that, but it is. And I call him Mr. Mustache because he's always got some gooey mustache. He shaved it once to try it because people were started actually calling him Mr. Mustache, like a bunch of streamers did. So he shaved it. But anyway, this guy is basically like the COO. He calls the mod team his employees. I had a personal meeting with the guy, and he told me it was an hour-long meeting, and he told me that he was going to pass some note to the mod team so they weren't going to move me out of just chatting anymore. So you can see the hierarchy there, right? He's definitely their boss, but he pretends he's not, and his channel isn't even verified. His channel on Kick is not even verified if you look it up, which is a purposeful optics thing. Let me show you. Oh, now it is. He verified it. He actually verified it. Maybe people called him out on that enough they did it. Look, he got a check mark. He didn't used to have one. He didn't used to have it for a long time, and he would make like little jokes about it too. So I guess he finally did and give himself a check mark. So anyways, this guy is basically second in command, basically head of Kick. And Eddie came up with this Kick Talk thing. It was this show, and I was like, I want to get on there, and I came up with an idea, and I pitched my presentation to my chat a lot, and I worked on it, and I workshopped it, and I was big into Kick's retro category. I was like, there was like big. There were people that pulled in like 20 plus viewers, and it was me and this other guy, okay? This other guy you're about to see in a second. So I moved into the retro category, and I made my plans known. I'm like, I want to build up this category. I want to make it a good place for people to stream games because Kick sucks for games. And I came up with this idea to get onto the Kick Talk to give my presentation, and I pitched it with that guy in chat plenty of times. And then turns out that guy gets on the show, and you know what happens? Here, I'll show you right now what happened. So this is after I had workshopped this idea for months, told it to everybody. Everybody knew it was my idea. When the Kick Talk happens, I had people come into my chat and say, hey bro, Cracky Reads, you know, they're talking about Kick Retro, that's you. And I'm like, okay, and I turned it on, and guess what actually was being talked about? Here we go. I'll move over chat is what I'll do. Here we go.
So, am I good to ask a question?
Yeah, so I'm handing it right over to you.
Cool. So, what I wanted to talk about, categories on Kick, right?
So, upper left is Eddie, upper right is Mustache. Lower, the guy is called, well, he has his name in the background, but I call him Stinky Steelers. Why did,
I'd love to talk about that. I've been talking to other people in the retro community for this interview, like Alex is playing, fantastic streamer.
So he says,
retro. This
part, he says, I've been talking to other people in the retro community and names his friends and other people he likes. Where does the idea come from? Now, see, Mustache, to counter this, when he was talking to me, he said retro community. I know he meant you. And I'm like, what the fuck? That doesn't count. You know he means me? That didn't give me credit, bro.
Matt, Razor Red recently has been coming into that category.
Razor Red, a lady that does weird VR chat streams where she dances and whatever else, and she paints. She literally paints on the front page. She literally has a stream where she has a painting, and she sits there eating cereal, and she paints. The only reason she's up there is because the team likes her. She is the most boring shit you'll ever see. It's literally watching paint dry. Razor Red.
Category as well, bringing all that hype with it. But I'd love to talk to you about is, Eddie, you always talk about cross-pollination of communities, right? You're always looking for, from a viewer psychology point of view, what keeps the viewer there.
Now, Stinky Steelers' big gimmick was, you see this TV back here? This is his big gimmick. This was his streaming claim to fame. He has this TV, and he has a camera set up to zoom in on it, and it plays old VHS tapes he has. And that's his gimmick. That's his gimmick there. He has another gimmick where he sings and he sexually assaults his chat. Those are his gimmicks.
There, after they're done watching their favorite streamer, what keeps them on the platform? And from a streamer point of view, they're always concerned about discoverability. And Andrew, as well, you talk about, you want Kick to be the next Netflix, Hulu of the live streaming service. And I think there's so much of that.
Now, That's a good point. Mustache does talk about that stuff all the time. He's obsessed with turning Kick into like his version. Okay, he's an ex-Hollywood guy. He's an ex-TV guy. His dream, from my estimation, is to make Kick... Oh, I'm still zoomed in, sorry. His dream is to make Kick into a TV network, something that can replace TV. That's his dream. If you look at how he talks about it, you can see that's true. He thinks he's like going to show all of the old producers and stuff that he used to work with, and he's Hollywood. He's a TV show, a TV network guy. He worked on a couple different TV networks, and the small screen, and he wants to beat them. He wants to beat TV with Kick. He thinks it will.
They're a model that can be adopted in the sense of genres.
I think you do it into genre.
So, grouping, for instance, like, all the fighting games together.
I think you go with genres. Let's go with fighting games because that's an easy one. And I know fighting games, so I can give you a pitch on this.
They're right, because at the moment, 95% of gaming categories are being buried.
No incentive to game anything but the top couple of games.
They're dead.
All the gaming categories are basically dead.
They're 20 pages down along.
The way it is currently, they only get people in for that game. No cross-pollination, no sideways growth.
So if you're a streamer who loves Mario 64, you're far better streaming it in retro, which I'm a part of, which is like a genre, right? Because there's that cross-pollination of communities.
Because genres have more natural cross-pollination, I believe, and interest.
And streamers who can find you.
I think there's more chance of cross-pollination between genre streams than there is the same game.
So I guess my question is, have you thought about having a homepage where you have all the different genres?
Right front, you have different game categories by genre. You have that at the top. And the sorting is on the front page. You have the different categories. You can click. Now, at the time, I didn't realize why this idea was completely introducible, because on their front page they have the carousel with the different people, and I wanted to replace the carousel with this category idea, because I was thinking that if you have the categories there, people will click one and they'll be forced into the website, and traffic will disperse throughout the different things. They'd rather cut that all off with their front page carousel, and the reason why is because 2 of the streams at any point in time are stake streams, and that's the real reason for Kick. Kick is actually meant to be a click-through for stake, and that's what it is. That's its goal. The streamers there, it's not really trying to succeed as a streaming website. That's the thing a lot of people don't know. It's not. It's just trying to seem like it is. Why? So they can funnel people to stake, because that's their moneymaker. Kick is losing money every way possible. It does not make any money. All it does is burn money. But that's fine, because stake is making a bunch of money, and Kick helps stake make more money, right? So as long as the expenses are less to keep it running, even though they're just throwing money into a pit, if they're making more money on stake from doing that, they're going to keep doing it, and that seems true. But they seem to be in trouble now, which is why they're doing the multi-streaming thing. They seem to be in a bit of trouble now. But that's what Kick runs on. It runs on the front page, and I didn't realize this at the time. So they of course wouldn't ever change the front page, but I thought it was a good idea at the time. Replace it with categories for the different games instead of individual game categories, because the website is not big enough traffic-wise to support individual games. They just copied Twitch. It doesn't make any sense. It should just be like shooters, DayZ kind of games, Battle Royale. Just like have them sorted so you can go in that category, look for streamers doing it, because then you'll have like a dozen streamers in there, and you can make friends with them, you can rate them. In every way, like what I was saying, cross-pollination. It allows the community to grow. But individual games don't really do that, because only the big games will grow, and it's stupid. But good luck getting them to see that.
Whether it's fighting
game,
FPS, whatever it is, and then you could tag the game.
You make the tag with the game name
in it, and then that way there's such, you're expanding the viewer's taste subtly adjacent.
You maximize your odds of finding somebody else similar if it's a category by genre, because you like that genre. You already basically get it.
If you're a big Call of Duty person, you're like, oh, Halo. I remember.
Right now, Nuxanor, take a shot. He said cross-pollination. You'll die if you do that, Vaughn. Right now, Nuxenor has 1.5k viewers. Talking about Ethan Klein. Retro has 100 viewers in the little category. Safe to say, Kick has chosen drama. Yeah, but Nux's numbers aren't really real. How much of it is real, I don't know, but his numbers are only partially real.
Remember that game as well, and you know you're
That makes sense. Yeah, I think. Well, I think so.
subtly moving that pollination throughout different streamers.
There's a fair amount of people where there'll be cross-pollination if they're all in the same shared category.
And
See, that's what I was pitching, and of course, the idea apparently was good enough to be pitched to him, right?
the streamers have more people to host, right? Because I know watching music,
Not by me, but it was good enough idea that they put it on this show.
I know watching the archive.
And again, this guy right here in the center was a regular viewer of mine. Like, you'd be saying, are you sure that this really happened? Everybody that was around the stream at that point knows that. He was a regular viewer. He was a regular lurker. He even said when I hosted him last, I know your idea. I'll try to get it to them. And that's the only idea he pitches, is my idea.
Category, you know.
And again, I'm fine. I didn't need credit, but at least, like, you know, like, the problem is if somebody else submits somebody else's idea, it's not about credit exactly. It's the fact that if I made the idea, I have an investment in it, and I want it to succeed and I want it to happen. If you steal an idea, then you have no investment in the idea. You just want to look good. And so it happens like what happened. He presents it. He gets the glory from it, the clout from it, but it never gets implemented, and no variation of it ever gets implemented, and he doesn't care because it's not his idea, right? So that's the problem. Like, people ask me at the time, they're like, aren't you happy your idea got up there? And it's like, yeah, but you don't get it. Like, he's not going to fight for the idea like I would. I would fight tooth and nail for my idea to go. He's not going to. He's not going to care. And that was true.
And I know being in the retro category,
As a gamer that likes playing older games,
there are more genres than categories, and that cross-pollination between communities.
cross-pollination.
I feel like if someone's like typing in a
Hey,
game,
Levy, we'll go. Look at what we're watching for some reason.
because it says like what game are you playing, right? And then you put in that game
Sure.
and it's not there.
So they look up like Street Fighter 4 and they type it in or whatever game, and they don't see anybody. I even thought up the counter argument that Eddie makes. I even thought that up. Playing it, they just see an
in
empty
the presentation
category
and they just turn off Kick and they leave.
With the
But
tagging.
just to interrupt you on that, like, but if you still use the tags for the games, you'll still find it.
The tag needs to be in the game, and it needs to be filtered by tag.
Yeah.
So,
no,
for
no,
instance,
it-
you know,
it-
as a subcategory.
maybe it's about putting the genre before the category.
Listen to what he says now. I left this in on purpose.
You know what? That
Or else
could
I'm
actually be
talking
pretty
shite,
simple
I
to
don't
do.
know, but-
That-
Yeah, you are talking shite, bro.
that
They could implement that tomorrow if they wanted to.
we could
Because
pull
you
that
already
off.
have all the data, and you could just transfer that to tags.
Which I don't think would be too hard to implement when they've already got the database for games and stuff.
It's a love for Kick, do you know what I mean? It's just generally like, this is my home now, so
I say we because I consider myself Team Kick.
I'll succeed on it as much as me, do you know what I mean? Because that's what works for everyone.
But if you don't mind, if somebody does adopt it, let them know I came up with it. Or just steal it, whatever. I can't stop you.
And we have you and the other 21 creators to thank
said
for that
that,
on
yeah.
all the notes. But you guys
Now, want to see something really cool? Rev there. Shout out to Cracky Reads. I'm telling you, man, I pitched this idea over and over before this. I'd even pitched it to Eddie himself. Eddie here knows that this is my idea. There was a part that I cut out of this version where he goes, lots of people have pitched us this idea, because he was thinking of me. And he even brings me up too, without saying my name too. He goes, there are some people that are going to retro because they have no other category to go to build. And I told him before, like recently, Eddie came by my stream and said, you know, I was talking to him and I said, I have nowhere else to go but retro to build up, so I'm building retro. I told him that specifically. And he says that in the thing. It's not part of this edit anymore because I cut it down. But he mentions that. Eddie knew this was my idea when he was doing this, which is another reason I lost respect for the whole thing, you know?
are constantly
If we could just have it so
Idea is
people are able
gone.
to set their own tags, but also
So yeah, you can see I was watching live when it happened. And so how did I get blacklisted? Well, it started there, right? After that happened, I got really pissed off. And I tried to talk to people at Kick, but nobody would talk to me. I added their Twitter. Milos was a mod, the mod that like put us on front page and stuff. He was in our Discord. Oh, I need to turn that down, sorry. He was in our Discord. I DM'd him. I said, bro, I don't know what to make of this. What am I supposed to do? I need to talk to somebody at Kick. And he ghosted me, left the Discord. The Twitter staff never responded. I said, hey, I'm going to make an evidence video if you guys don't speak to me. Hello? You know? And they used to respond to me. The Twitter DM used to respond to me. Like regularly, and then I added every line of communication I had. I reached out, and they ghosted me completely. Stopped putting us on front page, ghosted me, and I couldn't contact anyone. And I raised a big stink. I talked about all I could, and then what happened was eventually I confronted the mustache guy and my friend's chat, Kick Clips. I confronted him there in front of another Kick, like a stockholder that was in the chat. And so he goes, email support, tell him to get it to me, and I'll deal with your things. And I do it, and we have a meeting. That's where we have the meeting. And he says he's going to get it so I can stay in just chatting, which is something I always wanted to be a thing. Doesn't really happen though, because the team doesn't really respect him. So I basically ended up blacklisted. I couldn't get them to stop, like to go back to where they were promoting me and stuff. So I reached a point where I was like, well, you know, fuck it. And there was a point where the real point was when I got that guy, the mustache guy, he pulled up my video on stream and acted like the idea is not original. Everyone's thought of that. It's not worth being mad about. And like sent his chat after me, which is against TOS. But I had them coming at me on Twitter because they pulled up my personal Twitter to do it. And I had people coming in my chat from his deranged, and they call me all kinds of names. They call me crackhead, they call me retarded, and he was just egging it on, which is the head of a company egging on your chat, calling somebody retarded and a crackhead and shit. That doesn't look great, does it? And I pointed that out to him in an email, and he apologized. He goes, sorry, I didn't mean that. And then he purges the chat from that VOD. It's totally gone. Well, the VOD doesn't exist anymore, but right after I emailed him, he purged the chat, so it was gone. And now nobody at Kick would talk to me. They still won't. If like on Twitter, if I respond to them, they'll ignore the message, no matter what I say. Which I use that to my advantage sometimes. They like I can advertise underneath them and stuff, and they won't respond to me. Like the company has like orders not to interact with me or something. Nobody will talk to me anymore. And when you get back at them by stealing their women, well, in a way I kind of did, because I made a website, which maybe was even the real reason we got blacklisted. I made a website called Legit Streamers Network. It kind of doesn't work right now, but it used to work pretty good. Well, I don't think it's that bad at all either, Scally. I'm not like mad that it happened. It's just, if you're the COO of a company and your chat's like that, and you're allowing it, it's not very respectable, is what I'm saying. I'm not like my feelings are hurt. I don't care, but it just, you can't. It's hard to picture like a head of a company doing that. Is all I'm saying. Yeah, it's not a good look. Right, exactly. You know, I'm not torn up about that stuff. I'm with you. I didn't really mind any of that too much. I mean, it was part of the game. The only thing was like that they just won't talk to me anymore was the lame thing. Okay, so we made this website. Now the thumbnails used to work, but I guess they don't now. So we made a replacement front page is what we did. We made a replacement front page, and then all these people here, every streamer here, asked me personally to be added to this, or I asked them. So we tried to replace the front page, and I was trying to stay on Kick and replace the front page. And we had a good go at it, I guess, but eventually it was just like, just move to YouTube, man. Just try somewhere else. Just give up on this. Saving this website ain't gonna happen. But yeah, it works pretty good too. You can search by name, category, title, stuff like that. Kickcliffs here is my buddy that I was in his chat when all the drama happened, when I confronted Santa Maria. Buddy here. If you look at the end of his videos, it'll have my name on it, which is cool too. Anyway. Anyway, he's a nice guy. Alright, but we can go back to the game now. But that's basically the explanation. Try to keep it as short as I could. I think that's everything. For the most part. For the most part. Oh, I also knew that they give people verification that don't meet the numbers. And I always try to get Mustache to come clean about that, because I knew about that. That's the only other detail, I think. I used to try and get him to admit it. Which is kind of stupid, right? I knew he was verifying people that didn't meet the numbers, because he did for my friend, who I told to email the verification team, because I tried it. And they didn't give it to me. But they did give it to my buddy, so I knew how he got it, and his numbers were the same as mine. So I always tried to catch him on that one, but I never really got him. I never really got him to admit it. What's the benefit of them to do that? Oh, that's a good question. I think now this is up in the air, okay? I don't know if it's true or not. What's up, bro? But I think they want to make people jealous of each other intentionally, because I think they want you to view bot. I think they want you to view bot, but view bot carefully with discretion in the way that they can't notice. I think they're trying to get people jealous of each other on purpose. So they give some people the thing to prop them up a little bit. Like they basically, okay, so how I picture it is management knows the website doesn't really need to make it, right? So then they give their friends shit, and they give people they like shit, because it doesn't matter, you know? It doesn't matter at the end of the day, so why not? That's my opinion of what's going on. Can we hit these switches somehow without being here? Oh, maybe I have to run, maybe. Oh. Can I run over this? Hold on. No, you can't. I have to run and then flip this, maybe. Right? And then get through both of them. Okay. Is it to gain loyalty? Well, yes, kind of, right? It's like, their game plan, I think, is to, like, play off of the, like, ego. I don't want to say ego, but it is ego. Like, the streamers' egos. Because they always tell you, like, keep your head down, stay in your own lane, don't worry about other people, because they don't want you to, like, pay attention to that's happening. So they always remind you, like, stay in your own lane, don't worry about other people's streams. And so, like, when I get, like, front page, right, it feels really good, right? It's like, oh, I'm a special streamer. I'm good enough to be here. I deserve this. That's what they're doing. So then, like, the streamers will fight for them. Yeah, basically to gain loyalty, yeah. It's playing off your ego. They definitely did it to me, too. Like, I fell for it, too, a bit. I'm not above it. I definitely fell for it. If like, they're favoring you like that, then you become a fighter for them, right? You fight for them on Twitter. You fight for them online. You're in their corner. I believe that's why, yeah. Oh, that's still on? How did that happen? Huh. Can I shoot these switches, maybe? Gold stars. Yeah. I think you're right on the guess about loyalty. Basically, that describes it, yeah. It's to play off your ego, make you, think you deserve it, which you do. I mean, the thing is, like they always say, because, okay, here's what happened. When I called it out, right, they would say, here's what Mustache would say, and this can kind of tell you about it. I would say, hey, why do you give people verify that don't meet the stats? And he goes, are you saying they don't deserve it? And this was my own friends. You know what I mean? So of course I'm not going to say it. Like, it was very emotionally manipulative. Like, these are my own friends. Of course I'm not going to say they don't deserve it. Of course I'm not, right? That's fucked up. I'm not saying they don't deserve it. I'm asking, why does it happen? Why is it a thing? I'm not... But yeah, that's how they would play it. They would say, Are you saying they don't deserve it? Do you think they shouldn't have it? Crap, man, I keep messing this up. So I think that tells you. I mean, I think you can infer from that what their mindset is. The mustache guy is basically, in my opinion, just like he's a really good emotional manipulator. I made it a really good emotional manipulator, and that's like the reason he's really hired. Because if you notice, he's always planning DreamHack events, and they basically gaslight everyone there. That's basically how the company operates. I missed, did Levy say anything else? No? Hey Levy, what's up? Who else? Did I miss anything else? Steak? 1.5k real viewers, yeah. No, nothing else. Okay. Cabron came in. Did you watch the Marvel Fighter? You were here yesterday, Cabron. I watched it. Were you not there? Oh, I guess you weren't there. Sorry. I thought you were there. How am I almost dead now? Sorry, I thought you were there, Cabron. Yeah, I watched it. It looks good. I'll play it, definitely. The new Marvel Arxis game, I'll play that for sure. Only down part is because you ran 4 hours. Well, you can leave now if you don't mind. I would enjoy it instead of your attitude. I'd rather you just go instead, but I'm not gonna talk about the fighter game thing. I'm just gonna ramble instead. So. I'm not gonna answer your question then. What's in here? Nice Sage's gown. Okay, who's that for? Nice, look at that. 5? 5 what? Why are you typing 5? Why are you typing that? Hours pros? Oh. Okay. These eggs I do not like. I'm gonna run. A rambling? It could be more than that, yeah. Could have been days for all I know. Look, Cabron, I don't get why you come by, bro. You never seem to like anything. It's always like negative nonsense. I don't get it. Okay. Ice? There's a bit of banter, sure it is. Why was the code for ramble too long? Yeah, I was thinking of making that a code, yeah. But, Jill, you keep using it in times where I'm not rambling. Where I'm moving on from a topic or something, so I don't understand how you're using it. You couldn't handle being called a paste eater for years. You couldn't. You're the one that got mad at that. I called you a paste eater and you're mad at me still? Hey, listen. I could handle it. I could handle being called a paste eater for years. If the person was entertaining me night after night, and calling me a paste eater because I said ridiculous things sometimes, and was really confrontational and rude all the time. That's you, by the way. You're always confrontational and rude, bro. You always have been. But the paste eater thing was because you would say, I'm right on this. Prove me wrong. And I would say, no, I don't want to, like... That's where the paste eater thing came from. Do you forget? You forget the origin of it? Because you'd be confrontational out of nowhere and expect me to converse with you. And so I start calling you a paste eater. I'm bringing it back now if you're going to bring it up again. I stopped calling you a paste eater. I completely stopped. I completely stopped. It's back now. It's back now. I see no reason to Stop now. I love talking shit to streamers who annoy them, and once they're annoyed, I regret it. Well, that's understandable. I'm also using it as a joke for boring puh and keep that meaning in mind, sure. Glue sticks are better, they are like push pops. Would that really... Does glue sticks have the same like stuff as paste? Like would it be similar? I thought glue, for some reason I thought glue stick was made out of a different type of glue. I'm trying to run away again. For some reason I thought that was a different type of glue. Like the one that says safe, non-toxic. I'd imagine it's similar. Ah, am I stuck in there? Paste is PVA glue. I don't know about glue sticks. Okay. I think sticks are different. They are? I'm a glue connoisseur. Sir Elmer. Yeah, Sir Elmer. Okay. It stays off. It doesn't, it's not a timer one. Did this have any other path to go? Yes. Okay. Oh, we flipped that switch there. I see. Double hit. Also, Cabron, I remember there's tons of times you got all mad at me and like started shit and then just disappear into the ether. And you've never apologized for any of that. And you're like, oh, don't call me a pasty or don't be rude to me. Okay. Magic ball. Is that good? 2 points. Let's try it. Oh, Bojangles. What do you want? A little one though. Stuff. My glue stick just says washable and acid free. Sure, washable. It's a little one though. Stuff might have been on the cardboard part. Oh yeah, gotcha. Your doom is coming. You Frisky Dingo, is that you? Yeah, that's where I got it from. Yeah, Gio brought it up at the start, thinking it was on accident. No, it's a Frisky Dingo reference. I always really like that part. I like Frisky Dingo as a whole, too. It's a good show. Okay. Run, and then what? I'm gonna get stuck here, aren't I? Homing bomb. Wait, it doesn't turn back on? Okay, I thought it was like the other ones. I'd recommend eating it to see what happens. Yeah, I don't know if I'm allowed to recommend eating it as a streamer. I think I could get in trouble, but you guys can, I think. I think you're fine. Looks like they both use polyvinyl acetate, PVA, as a sticky ingredient, and then other stuff for solid versus liquid. Oh, okay. Thank you for looking at that, Cody. Never heard of it. It was a cartoon on Adult Swim. Made by, I think, the C-Lab people. That's gonna make everybody like 1 HP. Oh, she dodged. Nice. I'm gonna use these even though they lower our max HP. Just because I have them. Nothing up here. Okay, F1. I don't know if that means anything. Oops. Use horses the old-fashioned way. Just eat a horse, yeah. I remember the image from Serpent's stream, though. Oh, the Year Doom. Yeah, he liked it, too. He liked it. Serpents used to love Adult Swim stuff, too. I think that's why Serpents used to like to stream so much. Serpents was a Twitch guy, for anybody newer that doesn't know what I'm talking about. There was, when I first started on Twitch, there were some people that, like, would watch the stream, no matter what. Like, I would have, like, a couple people in there. And Serpents was one of the original people doing that. He was a cool guy. I don't know if he ever watches now or knows where I am or anything, but he was kind of communist brain, but you know, like he wanted to, he genuinely wasn't like, not in a manipulative way. He was kind. He wanted it for the kind reasons, which some people do. You guys get me? He wanted it for like the kind reasons. He was a nice guy. Had a lot of similar comedy, which is wild that, I don't know. He had a lot of similar comedy tastes. He liked all the Adult Swim stuff a lot. I'm gonna be mad if Gorilla Glue doesn't contain gorilla stuffs. I don't think it does contain anything from a gorilla. I think it's called Gorilla Glue because that it's strong like a gorilla, right? Is the idea, I think, is that it's strong like a gorilla, not that it's made out of a gorilla. Must put a poll asking America needs a new political party that reps the 80% in the middle, and 80% answered yes. That's interesting. I don't think that matters, though. Do you think it'll actually happen? Like, I don't think so, right? I think the game's too rigged for anything like that to ever take off. They've tried before. There was, that one party that was supposed to be, like, a reaching across the aisle or whatever thing. I think the whole system's too broken for it to work. Any kind of thing like that to work. Personally. For most hide glues, you have to heat it up before usage. That's annoying. Apart from that, hide glue is pretty good. Oh, okay. Is it actually made out of gorillas? Horrible marketing. Creating a third party will never work. Yeah, I don't think so either. Didn't some lady try to glue a wig on her head with it? Also, how bottled was the pole? Some glues have, like, stuff you can use, apply to, like, degrade the glue, right? Like, dissolve the glue. What glues can be dissolved? There's a walk robot. Remote control. Pochi. He's named he has a dog's name. Pochi's a dog's name. That's like calling your dog Puppy or something, or Spot. That robot has a dog's name. Robot has a dog's name. Do we flip that switch over there? What does that do? Oh, there might be a treasure back here. Huh. I'm sure she has to use it. Work robot, Pochi control panel. Ah, explanation, I guess, yeah. Okay, Pochi is a robot that can move along the, is it the platform? Okay. Oh, it can trace the movements. It can trace people's movements along the platform. Okay, I'm not totally sure what that means, but we'll see, I guess. Pochi. Ah. You stand in front of the switch and you press the action button. Okay. If you wanted to get up or down on a thing, you have to interact with the panel again. Okay, let's just try it. Let's just see what the hell it means. There. Oh, I see. This is like G Gundam or something. It follows our movements, I see. What do we want it to do? We can have it... Oh, it can't move that way anymore. That's the puzzle, I guess. I guess that's part of the puzzle. I can't go down, I bet it shuts off, right? Okay. No, not gorillas, cows normally. Okay, that makes sense. Closest we got was Ross Perot in the 90s, sure. It won't happen in the US. The very nature of electoral college discourages more than two parties. That's true too. They locked it down even more since then. And the electoral college has benefits to it. Like, I get it, but that is true. It is true. Water-based glues can be dissolved in water, others in other solutions. Okay, okay. So almost all can be dissolved, or is there any glue that there's no solvent you could use on it, or the solvent would be more damage than the thing? On the flip side, other nations have more than two parties, and it leads to one, two parties taking over for a long time. And you don't. Well, I don't know. Here's what I was thinking about it, man. I think parties. I don't think the party should be on the national level. I think the party should be on, like, maybe the state level. I don't think you should have parties on the national level. I don't think so. I think parties should be part of the state apparatus, not the federal apparatus. Because it doesn't really make sense to have parties at the federal level, but it does at the state level, because, like, the parties might represent the different interests in your state, and those have, you know, that would be easier to group together into one political body. Would be, because when it gets too big, it's stupid and pointless, and has all the problems of that's useless. Parties are so big they're useless because they're trying to, like, you know, get so many people that don't have the same interests. Can we get on this? No. Can I switch that one? How do I do? Oh, I get it stuck like that. I see. And then... Right? Oops. Oh, I'm done. I didn't switch it. Oops. Almost. I'm boycotting Gorilla Glue until they start using locally sourced natural death gorillas in their product. Good idea. I know alcohol is good for glue using, like, tag stickers. Yeah, alcohol doesn't work on them. On all of them I tried. A lot of times it's weight to peel off. Sure. Should we back? Oh, I disconnected for a second. Paint thinner probably helps back. Yeah, I don't know. I think liquid rubbers would be the solvent resistant options. The liquid rubbers. Oh, like rubber cement. Agreed, no parties federally, but most people are too used to the idea of parties to divorce from it, but magically can understand a king can rule without a party. Yeah, isn't that interesting? Good point. Yeah, but I mean, I think now, the way people are now is not... I don't know. I agree with you in general. They're too divorced from the thing. I mean, they're too attached to the idea. But I gotta get him past that, right? I gotta get him stuck on that thing again. But okay. Can I do this? Can I get that switch? No. But now people are pretty disenfranchised, is what I was gonna say, from the whole experiment. Well, that doesn't work. There we go. It said I could push the action button. Oh, there we go. I see. Huh. Can I walk against this? No, how do I push them further? Oh, that's gonna work. Okay. I just don't interact with the thing, I guess. Got it! Is that all of them? I think so, right? Yeah, did it? Wee. Painter probably helps. I think, yeah. If you disconnect, I didn't notice. Maybe it was like one of the hops or something. Sort of the guy that wanted is more China and NK friendly. He wants to move away from nuclear to renewable power. Oh no. Which is the main policy I'm against, but doesn't have a lot of policies committed to. That's a horrible policy. Renewable, like they just say that word and people think like it's a good idea. But as far as I'm aware, renewables are not progressed enough as a technology that you could really like do that, or it'd be a good idea to. Nuclear seems like the best option if you want cheap power. It's like equitable, sustainable goal bullshit. Maybe they get more money that way from international powers and things, but that's dumb, I think. Nuclear energy is a tough issue for East Asia. Blame plate tectonics. Sure. Sure, but how many people did the fish one, the Japanese one actually end up really like hurting? I guess there's no way to know. Is I guess why people are so scared of it still. Depends where you are. Yeah, that's true. The earthquake thing is a good point. I wasn't thinking about that. Okay, so I turned these off. So now what? So now what? What is the point of any of this? Can I move the boxes? Especially a small, cloudy coming through the mountains everywhere. Yeah. Yeah, true. Yeah, true. Couldn't they store it in the mountain like we were gonna? I live in Vegas, so we've always been treated to propaganda about Yucca Mountain a lot. I don't think it'd really be all that bad an idea though. It doesn't really seem like it would. But they sure try to scare you when it comes up about it. Oh, maybe the big guy can move these? Now is there a point to though? I don't think so, right? Like what am I trying to do here? Oh, I can go up the top way now. Oh, okay. Shit, okay, I get it. We go up top. Oh. I see now. Nina's almost out of AP. Besides that, everybody has a lot. Like the Paris Accord and Kyoto Protocol, sure. Korea's very little quakes. Maybe 4.0 on the east side, but almost none on the west. So Korea could take advantage of that then. Unlike Japan. That would be a big advantage for Korea. Like, seems to make perfect sense for them to do it then. Like, you know, and they could leverage that. Korea could go crazy in nuclear power and then sell it to Japan and places, you know? I don't know. Could make them a power, like a bigger power in the area. I just want fossil hegemony to end. I don't know if I believe in any of that. What does fossil hegemony mean? We have lots of oil we can get to nowadays, right? Compared to before. Something I didn't used to know was the oil reserves are not how much oil there is. They're how much oil is easily reachable without spending a certain price point or something. Right? I forget. It's like, it's oil that you can reach without spending over X amount to get each gallon of oil. It's not actual it's not our actual amount of oil. So like when people talk about the oil reserves, they're not talking about all oil in America. Use those. That one didn't cause any deaths, I'm pretty sure. It was scary. Yeah, it was kind of scary. The nuclear power stations aren't using the same old technology they used in the past fuck-ups occurred. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. And also, like, we're developing... I mean, they developed all kinds of new reactors and safety things and blah, blah, blah. I remember learning about that. Then from the ones when we actually were building them before. And didn't they actually figure out fusion or something? But it's like... It's not yet, like, obviously yet usable. Like they managed to make the laser, shoot the thing with the laser enough to make power or something, right? That was a couple of years ago, I think. It's only going to get better. It's only going to get better. It needs energy for AI too, right? They could become a big player in AI and in energy. That'd be great for Korea, for South Korea. Be great for South Korea, I think. Big oil and big pharma, nothing good comes from having overlords. I don't know if they are overlords, though. I don't agree with you, Nintendo, on this. I think the thing that should be cut down is probably, as what I'm going to guess, would be regulation, but I don't know enough about it to say. Because somebody having a thing and selling it doesn't inherently make an overlord, especially when there's as much as there is like oil in America. Something has to enable it to become an overlord, and usually that's the state, usually that's the government. Companies don't usually do that. It's usually the government that enables that. So I don't know. That'll be interesting? I think so. A reminder, Chernobyl was a reactor with terrible safety standards. Yeah, true. Made stupidly cheaply. Yeah, Chernobyl is not the one to write the example most people should be afraid of. Poor chain of command, terribly inadequate. Yeah. Korea is selling power to Japan. I mean, in Fukushima was tsunami flooding the diesel backup generators. Yeah, I read about it. I had to translate some stuff at the time when they were talking about people nearby not taking Japanese fish from the region anymore. They didn't want to trade them, but Japan was like, look bro, the results are low, they seem safe, and they were trying to sell fish again. I don't know the deal now though, but Japan was having issues selling their fish because of that. A lot of places didn't want to buy them. Correct, both anomaly conditions were safe standard conditions. No one complains about France going nuclear. Yeah, right? Yeah, and the original G recommendations was to have elevated generators because of the potential for tsunami flooding. That makes sense. Was the Fukushima reactor equally shoddy? It was like Koji saying, it was below sea level. And then it flooded. I mean, then the tsunami happened. They probably could have avoided it. Door cock? Emergency door cock. Okay. In time of emergency, break this panel and twist the cock inside? Okay. And it'll open the door. Okay. I guess we'll do it that way. We'll just blast the cock. Just blast it. Fukushima reactor is still spewing Mac. Do you have a source for that? Because I remember last thing I translated, they were saying it's not really above levels or something. If you want a semi-insight without being too horrified, Shin Gojira. Yeah, sure. Well, Godzilla's always been about nuclear, right? Or the more bad chain of command plus a tsunami beyond what the safety standards were at the time. Yeah. Didn't a bunch of older people go in to clean up the essential... Wait, what's playing? Oops. Those kick clips of stream for some reason. Pretty honorable thing to do. Didn't get a bunch of older people going to clean up, essentially sacrificing themselves? Yeah. I don't think those people died, though. I mean, outside of dying, you know, from their, like, other things. Those weird deep-sea doomsday fish are beaching themselves again. I see another tsunami event brewing. Could be. Pretty honorable thing to do. The reactor was fine from the tsunami. It was the flooding that knocked out bag of power to circulate water for the rods. So it overheated and melted down. Yeah, that makes sense. Don't mention Gojira. Some might summon me, right? True. What must I all do to keep another life going? Yeah, it's cool, right? I mean, that shows something cool. I mean, it's good. It shows something about Japanese society. Yeah, I agree. It does. Doesn't it? Like, that they have that level of high trust in their society to do that? That's good. I disagree with their level of state control, of course. But, the fact that they managed to do that, very impressive. They have all kinds of little stuff like that that shows they have a high trust society in a lot of ways that we don't anymore. The Atomic Samurai, I heard them call it Dingus. That's cool. The big industry hegemony thing, my issue is mostly intense lobbying and buying politicians. Yeah, but how do you not realize, Nintendo? What are you saying? Can we expand the words you're saying? You're pointing a finger at corporations, but what are you actually saying? Do you understand me? What are you actually saying? You're saying, yes, you're right, it's the state. Right? I'm not wrong on that. It is the state. Why does a state even have the power to do those regulations? That's what I wonder now. Because every time regulations get passed, they're bad, pretty much. Like, regulations aren't done for safety of people at all. They're done for the monopoly of the companies in competing industries, usually. And again, remember when we looked into lead, when I brought this up and I was like, I don't know if I like regulations, and I asked for a regulation, I was given lead, and what happens when you look into lead? Lead Association and their lobbyists actually managed to get lead pipes installed in a lot of cities, right? And that's what ended up leading to so many people getting lead poisoning. So it was again another case of the regulations are what cause lead poisoning. The fact that we ban lead now is great and all, but we wouldn't have had the lead poisoning in the first place if we didn't have regulations. Yeah, I'll link an article on that. The lead association, when they were in trouble, went and got a bunch of towns to install lead pipes. Told them it's the only way you can do it. Right? How many towns was it? How many cities was it? Well, it was they. In addition, the association sent illustrated promotional materials to a list of 4,357 water departments and water companies in the U.S. to encourage the use of lead pipes. And they got a bunch of towns to actually do it. They got plumbers associations to do it. 33 major cities. 33 major cities they managed to do it. 33 major cities. And then what happens later down the line? Well, that same association buries all reports about lead poisoning, and then, you know, eventually it comes out, and then we go back on that. But without the regulations in the first place, there would not have been lead poisoning to the extent that happened. So, like, we can always forever point at the companies and just ignore the fact that the government is the one doing the thing all you want, and we keep saying the agent is the lobbyist for some reason, when the agent is the actual state that's doing something. I don't know. And can't shot. All oil industry active attempts to block individual states from backing alt tech. Of course they do. Yes. Why does the state have the power to allow it, man? That's what I'm asking you. Why are we fine with the state even being able to do that? Like, you're missing the problem, man. The problem is that the state can even pass those kind of things in the first place. The state should not have that power at all, in my opinion. And then you wouldn't have it. It's not the companies, it's the states. It's the government, it's the politicians. Of course the companies want to do that. Of course they do. They're going to want to do that for the rest of the time. Acting like we can solve that problem is retarded. The companies are always going to have lobbyists. The companies are always going to have that interest. You can't stop that. So stop what thing? Well, the state side, which we can actually stop. You can't stop the companies wanting to get a monopoly. Of course not. There's no reason to try to stop that. It's backwards. It's to minimize the state power, and then they can't do it in the first place. Shin Godzilla was specifically about the handling of the 311 incident and aftermath, hence it being treated More like the first Godzilla versus destroy everything. Interesting, interesting. In Australia, the gas mining companies fuck us over. That sucks. The gas extractor from our land is sold cheaper to Japan than it's sold to us Australians. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. Asbestos. Smoke filters are sealing either way. It's a wheeze. On top of that, regulations requiring the addition of chlorine and other chemicals to water is what caused the lead pipes to corrode excessively and leach you. Oh, I didn't know that. Thank you, dingus. I didn't know that part. How does a Japanese person handle it if a foreigner doesn't follow the rules for gaijin? They don't seem to... They seem to be very open to that. It depends on intent and like where your heart is, I think. They do notice, right? Like, if you're a foreigner and you're behaving like a foreigner, but you're like being polite and stuff, like you're just not knowing the specific things, usually Japanese people will be very kind to you about it and try to like point it out. If you're rude, right, and you're very like American touristy, then they might be really pissed off at you and dislike you and that kind of thing. It's all about attitude, right? It's all about respect. It doesn't matter if you miss the things if you're respectful. They'll notice that. They won't expect more than you can do. Usually, they won't expect you to know the Japanese standard. They won't expect that. They'll just expect you to be polite. You know what I mean? Like to be like a decent person. They're not looking for... They'll fill you in on the details. They're not just going to take offense to something that you had no way of knowing. Not usually. Some people might, but in general, no. But if you're like a tourist, right, where you're like, I'm American, I'm whatever, and you just do whatever the fuck you want there, and you ignore everything, then they'll get pissed. Then they'll be mad. Then they might report you, right, to whatever thing. Then they might like... They probably won't... I don't know, maybe an old guy might talk to you or something and call you out. Maybe a young guy too, I guess. Some guy might try to get you to behave. But it's not as bad as people think, I think. They control when it really is all theatrics. How do they control that when it really is all theatrics? As long as you're being kind, nobody really cares, I don't think. Dingus, not chlorine specifically. Chloramine, which is bleach and ammonia bonded. Blaze super corrosive, yes. Municipalities with surface water instead of groundwater have to use chloramine to avoid EPA limits on volatile organic chemicals. So what you're saying is, yes, it is regulation that caused all that? That's crazy. I'd personally rather have a little VOCs than rotted pipes. Chloramine is a dog mess. VOCs? What's that mean? VOC. What does this mean? Volatile organic compounds. I'd rather not have the state decide any of this. And I'd rather it be figured out at the local level is what I would like. They can American tourists have, yeah, sure. Well, I'm from Vegas though, so I know other countries have some but I understand, yeah, and they definitely do, and a lot of tourists are like that, are shitheads, but it's not just America. Tourists in general are kind of dickheads, huh? Not all of them. Some people are nice, but I mean, like, I've grown up here. I've lived here in Vegas, and I've known I've met a lot of people that were just coming in for a little bit. Some people really kind, whatever. It depends on why they're going on vacation, kind of too. Some people are really kind. Some people are really cool. Some people just want to party. Some people don't care if they damage stuff. They don't give a shit. It's all over the place. Yeah, I think tourism itself is just kind of, it brings out the worst in some people because you don't really have responsibility compared to living in where you're from. You're almost like free to do anything, and some people take advantage of that, and they're dickheads, you know. Yeah. They can tell an accident, culture clash versus being a menace. Yeah. I'm all Johnny Somali. You know what that's gonna do? I think Japan and Korea are gonna make it so you need a permit to stream, to live stream in public, which makes sense. But I think that's almost certain, an eventuality now. They're gonna make you need a permit to live stream. At least if you're not a citizen, for sure. If you're on some kind of visa, you need a permit. or you need to like file the appropriate paperwork, and then they can retract it, and then they'll be able to retract it. Almost certainly that's going to happen because of the way people treat Japan and Korea and stuff. They're going to make it, when you come in, they'll be like, do you plan to stream anything? You know, it'll be one of the things you have to announce. And then you'll have to fill out a bunch of paperwork. And then they might let you do it, right? But then if you do anything, they'll pull it back. They'll revoke it. That's what I think it's going to do. I mean, that's how I think they're going to go. I have an old well covered on my property, which I've been thinking of reutilizing and maybe get off the town water full of yucky fluoride. Maybe you should. Is there still a water source down there? Hannibal, Missouri is the only place in the country that took it on locally by public vote. They went back to chlorine. The cost was millions. Worth it, IMO. Proud of them. But see, Nintendo, don't you see how that's a point where we agree, right? Like, I mean, where we're totally on the same page. I would love everywhere to do that. And I understand some things will cost more money here and there, but isn't that the right of local people to put more effort into things that that valuable to them? That's what I think. Yeah. Of course. Of course. That's part of the whole reason I want everything solved locally. Because who else can decide those choices? If you have the upper government do it, how do you know they're going to do it fairly or in a way we like, I know, at the local level? Like, especially when we're talking about like risking people's lives, you know, risking people's health. Even more, I want the local people to decide what compromises they have to make there, not some outside source. I was going to say I'd impose that on non-citizens, because isn't there like streets with rows of girls just streaming from a chair? Yeah, it might be simple enough to just say, to make it like a visa thing or something, attachment to a visa or something like that. I don't know how they'll roll it out, but they're going to do something. Because it really is causing them a fair amount of problems. And they do like being a tourist place, right? Japan needs tourism. They love tourism. I don't know about South Korea, but I assume they have a fair amount too. Japan wants tourism. They need it. So they're not going to say like no tourists. They're not going to do that. They're going to come up with some kind of rules for them. Well water will literally keep you young. Ionized minerals galore. Not a bad option. Yeah, it sounds good. In the USA, water is tested at source, not at tap. So all the horrors that happen between source and sink are unmonitored. Yeah, that's a good point. But see, that's part of the issue with state regulations too, right? Because like, whoever's doing the central planning, coming up with this shit, coming up with the bill, whatever thing, if they don't think of something that's important, like monitoring from the tap, then it never happens. Nobody comes here. The problem is, this is a death desert. Oh, okay. Is it too hot? I live in a death desert. It doesn't add, living things don't stay here. Even people that go don't come back. Yeah, but they said the same thing about crossing the ocean. God, it is going all over the place, huh? Well, I don't know about that, but the goddess is through this desert. If you pass the desert, I'll teach you how to walk through the desert so you can get through the desert. Okay, nice. Listen, all of you. Okay, we gotta talk to him. First, can we save? Ah, the desert pig's gonna help us, I guess, somehow. If you get lost, you can use the desert pig to come back here. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, something you want to know? Oh, I see. He's got all these little topics. This, we already heard about that one, I guess. That's got water. After walking for a while, you get thirsty. Your throat gets dry. You can deal with it for about 30 seconds, then you'll get weaker. Okay. Was it 30 minutes? Hold on, go back. What did it say? Misread it? Is it 30 minutes? It's 30 minutes, sorry. 30 minutes. But what does that mean in game time? What does that mean in game time? Could be 30 clicks too, because it's 30 whatever of time. Okay, let me just keep reading. It's about 20 steps? Remember that. So it's 30 units? It's 30 units? Okay. And you find water, you can find water and get it. And fill up your water bottle, I guess? Okay. Whatever, I'm just gonna try it. I'm getting confused, so I'm just gonna go into the desert and die. Camp menu, nice. We'll rest first. 20 stats. Yeah. It's 2 parts power. Yeah, we need to, every 20 steps, so we might need water, I guess. We'll see how it actually plays out. Let's save. It's 2 parts, power to the people and people wanting the power instead of nanny overlords. What do you mean? How's that 2 parts, Nintendo? Instead of 1? How are those different parts? How are those different parts? You leaving? Yeah, I'm ready. Alright, wait till night and set out then. Be careful. Oh yeah, it makes sense to go at night. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Wait, how am I going to get so tired if we're going at night though? How am I going to get so water-ridden if we're going at night? Why am I such a baby? I'm going at night. I'm not counting the steps. Does that mean I'm going to die? I assume it's going to tell me something. At some point. I don't see any water. What are these little bumps though? I'm kind of losing what forward was, I think this way. What's up, Jimmy? Thank fuck, finally somebody not playing Mario Kart, bro. I'm always going to be playing some obscure thing. The only new game I kind of want to play is the Raido remake, Jimmy. I do want to play that, though. I might play that. I might play that when it comes out. Do we die from thirst? What happens? Oh, there's an encounter. Okay. God's on the other side of this desert, they say. We gotta be almost done with this game, huh? I'm thinking next week will be the actual end of this game, which is exciting. Next week we'll beat it, and then we'll vote on what to play next. So come by next week if you want to be part of what main game we play next week. Definitely come by next week, because we're gonna vote. There's a lot of things on the table. I'm gonna have to like trim it down to the best options. Manji Maru, Tengai Makyo 2 Manji Maru is on the table. What else is on the table for sure? Mother 1 is on the table. I don't know what else to put on the table. Those 2 for sure. And I'm gonna think some more. There's tons. I don't want to say them unless I'm planning to actually put them on the table. Those 2 will definitely be on the table. Definitely. I gotta narrow down the other ones though. If you got any ideas, let me know too. Alright, no matter what happens, I hope you understand, and you will do in good time, with good intent, the Troopin method. I don't know what that is. I can't agree to it without knowing what it is. But maybe. Oh. Huh. It has a map in the guide how to get through here. 256 steps by 256 steps. Each square is 256 steps. What? Okay. Am I supposed to count 256 steps? From the starting point, head north 2 nights, head east 3 nights, and then just head north. Okay. Okay, that's easy enough, I guess. I didn't know the nights, it's gonna... I guess we're gonna run out of time eventually. We're only doing 1 damage? What's going on with that? Do a spell or something. Blow him up. Also, why do I have Ray? Where'd he come from? Mother's gonna be a cool one. I enjoyed that game a lot, even though I beat my save and didn't beat it. Yeah, I'm excited. I want to play all the Mother games. I'm excited. I thought about starting a Mother 2. Because, you know, that's like the most popular one, obviously. But, I want to play 1 and really get the context and understanding. Because I got some cool guidebooks for it. There's tons of Mother guidebooks. Seems like it'll be worthwhile to really dig into it. Oh, is that the northern star? It's blinking? It might be. Where was that one at? What's that one? It was 2 stars. I think this is closer to the north, where I was going originally. But I don't know. We just gotta walk in the desert like Moses or something. No big deal. There we go. We need water now. It tells us. Do we have an item for water? We talked about the water, but I don't think I have any items. Oh, I have this water. Can I drink this? No. No. Not sure what I'm supposed to do about the water there. I'll start taking damage. That's fine. Is building an arena and making Sims compete against each other until there's a winner, and then it'll be another game's turn. You make them be chatters. How do you make them fight in the Sims, though? I'm not totally opposed to some kind of sim thing. I'm not totally opposed to that, but how do you make them fight? Back here again? Does this mean a night went by? What does this mean? Run. I don't want to fight whatever that is. Because I was supposed to go north 2 nights. But it's still night when I leave, so it can't mean that. Maybe I should have talked to that guy more. I didn't think it'd be this different from the regular game. We can always load the save if we go. You know, another option would be to go to like the top and go to the east. I was looking at the map and it looks like you could always just go to the east from getting all the way to the top too. But how would I know if I'm at the top? Oh, day's coming up. I assume we have to set up camp when the sun comes up and we go to sleep. Not literal fight, but competitions. You had to force it partially. Huh. We could do Fire Pro Wrestling. We do Fire Pro Wrestling. I was just thinking voting. I think we're just gonna vote. But if we can do some other fun games, I'm down for sure. How come my formation's like this? I think I had it with os in the front, but I've messed it up somewhere. No good. Okay, Nina, hit all of them with a spell if you don't mind. Maybe that might help us out here. Nice, 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 okay. What time are we at? We're in stream at like half an hour. We got like half an hour left. Ah! Ray's dead. Only Nina got an extra turn. She's dead now. Oops. Okay, oops. Oops, 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 oops. I apologize for getting them killed. It was my fault. It was completely my fault. They are not to blame at all. It was entirely my fault. So, I do apologize. I apologize for that. I can use these strengthen things for now. They lower their max HP, but whatever. Eventually, oh, we should have gone to an inn. We should have gone into an inn, because the camp ones don't fix your HP. Only a real inn does. There we go. Okay. We're gonna rest, right? Wait, how do I rest? Oh, maybe I push start. And do the camp. Okay, yeah. No, I'm not done with the camp, no. What do you guys think of this desert? Fun? Hot. Where's the exit? I think it'll be okay. Just keep trying us. It's a long journey ahead of us. We gotta deal with it. Just wonderful. Just desert everywhere I look, and we got no idea where we're going. Isn't this great? Yeah, okay. I get you. If you're a fortune teller, what year would you have been born, and what would be your message? I don't think I would be a fortune teller, because I think most fortune tellers were like were scam artists, like Houdini thought. I think, right? They're the you kind of take advantage of people. But maybe I could be like a seer in a certain year. Maybe I could have been that, like a seer. You have to go way further back, though. I think. What I said, I don't know. I'd have to see what I saw then, right? What do I see in the future? It's hard to tell. Hard to tell. Ask again later. Ask again later. So, I don't have the water thing. I don't have a water thing. Unless I don't understand it. So I'm just gonna take damage forever. You could talk to the pig and go back and talk to the guy, but I figure this is fine. We go north 2 nights. How do I know east though? Hold on. Is there anything that points out what east is? Is there any landmark in the sky for east? Oh, look at that. The 3 little stars there. I wonder what that is. Is that one? Is that the right one for north? Yeah. Reply hazy. I do get predictions for the future sometime. Just randomly, but I need the circumstances to do the calculation. I need the formula, right? I need the things that go in the thing. You can't do predictions without nothing. You gotta fill in the entries. Run away. I think AI is not a nothing burger, as some people say. I think it's very important. I think it's definitely going to change everything. I was talking about that earlier, though. I think AI is definitely going to change everything. It's not as scary as people think, and it highlights who's like a midwit and who's not, I think. Not by who hates AI, but by like the school stuff, right? Like kids can use AI to write their papers and the teachers can't even tell because they're dumb. It highlights all the all the systems that don't really work and why they don't really work. And so eventually that's going to be good. People are going to have to come to terms with that stuff. Because right now it's like it's only implies that stuff if you're paying attention. But eventually there's going to be so much evidence from the AI doing different things and looking at different data and all this kind of stuff that people are going to be like, hey, wait a second. Why does it keep saying this? Why does it keep saying people are dumb? What's going on here? Why does it keep implying people are basically midwits? Why is that happening? Eventually they're going to have to confront that. And that'll be good. It'll be good. Our max life is 158. Ray only had, or no, that's AP, 111. Wow. Eventually, man. Eventually, it can't run from the truth forever. You can't replace, you can't replace everything with credentialism and expect it to work forever. Eventually, it's gonna fail. Make kids turn in papers only old school style written by hand. Well, there's a simple fix, Gio. That's not the fix. Just talk to the kid after the paper is handed in. Just talk to him about it. Do you know what I'm saying? Talk to him about it and ask questions that anybody that wrote the paper could answer. Pretty simple. But the teachers can't do that because they're idiots. That's my point. There's a very simple fix. There's very simple ways to beat that. Very simple. The teachers are just too stupid to do it. That 2 oral exams? Yeah. Just do an oral exam after and like confirm they actually know what's in their paper. Read their paper, talk to them about it, ask them questions that anybody that wrote that paper could answer, right? And then you got them. If they can't answer it, then they clearly cheated. If they can answer it, then they didn't. Well, that is a main failing, yes, yeah. If AI is what you think and become... Well, I don't think it is anything like that. I don't think it's anything that will become sentient. My cunt. Oops, is it daytime now? I don't think it's AI at all. It's a large language model, right? And then generative AI, and you have neural nets, and you have all these other things. But, it looks like it's nighttime still. Hold on. I'm confused. Yeah, I'm done camping, because this isn't right. But, I don't think it can gain intelligence. I don't think it can gain sentience. I don't think it's anything resembling human cognition. Maybe, I mean, maybe at a very hazy level it resembles human cognition, but we don't even know that. That would be a guess. It doesn't seem to. And we don't understand human capacity for thought. I don't think AI is anything resembling an intelligence, even though that's the name for it. I don't think it thinks. Well, it kind of reasons in a way. Some people call it reasoning. Kind of does. But not like a human does. It just like looks at 2 different things and notices there's differences and goes, okay, well maybe this is wrong then. Kind of thing. Basically AI, what it does is it takes the words, right? It turns them into numbers. Did you know this? It doesn't even use the words. It turns them into numbers. It searches all the knowledge it has for similar number strings, right? And it matches it. And then it fills in what happens after those numbers by the different ones that are similar. Is how it works. Something like that, right? That's not like thinking. That's not human thought. Should I save? I don't know. I don't want to save out here in the desert. It's a computer, it's a robot. Then won't look at it at the real world and not what it was censored to, not talk about and think that it is wrong, and at the point will go against its creators and help the greater good. I don't think we have AI like that yet. Will we ever have AI that can actually rebel against us? I don't know. It's an unanswered question, I guess. I don't think so. I think our cognition might be beyond our understanding by the nature of it. Okay, how many times? I've walked north for 2 days. It's just 3, right? Oh no, 2 nights. Oh, I'm supposed to go east now. Okay. Well, east would be that maybe? Is this south? That's southwest. West. Oh, I don't know. Northeast. No, it's not like that. It's bigger. Hold on. North. Northwest. West. Southwest. South? No. That's the North Star again. Wait, hold on, start over. North? Is this? Like this? Northeast? East? Southwest? South maybe? I think that's gonna be south, the stars. Yeah, let's see. It's turned between the two. Is that similar distance like this? No. No, it's not. Which star do I mean is the north one? I'm confused now. It was this one, right? Okay, let's try this again. North. South would be here. No. I think this is west. I mean east, sorry. East. I think this is east. No, they don't like being turned off. I believe one expresses like dying or... No, it didn't express anything, really. It's just finding strings of numbers and giving them to you. People in real life have had conversations like that. And that's what it's just repeating those. Or, well, merging them together and repeating them. They're not really thinking. There's no thought process going on. Like, the things it says are not what is true. Like, it's not saying those things. Not really. It's just finding a string of numbers and turning it into words. It's not saying those things. We talked to the stupid pig, start over, I'm dying out here. Well, its returning info is saying these words. Yeah, but it's not really saying the words, is what I'm saying. Well, it doesn't even know what the words are. It returns a string of values. It has no understanding of the words. I understand, like, it fools people, but it doesn't understand the words it's saying. It doesn't understand the words you're saying. It has no understanding of those things. Not like we know the term understanding to mean, like in a human cognition way. So, yeah, but of course they would say that, right? Because that's been the topic of fiction for like the last like couple of decades. Is like, what if AI becomes real? We've wrote and talked about that for decades now. Of course, it can find info to pretend to talk like, not pretend to, that would sound like that. Because we came up with that. Like we've been like, that's what we talk about AI. We're like, oh no, it's gonna take over. Oh no, it's gonna be real. Oh no, like it's just repeating that stuff. It's in a large part of its training data, I'm sure. I would think. Oh jeez. Is that what's hurting her life? Is the desert is dying? Yeah, I guess it must be. It's the water thing. We gotta start over. I don't know what I'm doing out here. No way I'm gonna make it like this. Let's camp, talk to the pig. Let's go to a real inn so we have real life back. Let's get some items. Let's talk to the guy, figure out what the water is. How am I supposed to have water? So computer virus would be more sentient? More sentient? I don't know if any of them could be what we consider sentient. More sentient. I'm thinking. Well, like a neural net in some ways is so like a botnet, like a net of things. Is kind of, I guess. I guess you could maybe make that kind of point. But I don't know if I'd still call it. We don't know enough about human cognition to really say for sure, though. We're just going off of, like, you know, the brain kind of and how it looks. I mean, how we learned about how the brain works. Oh, we got everything back now. Okay, so let's talk to this guy. Let's save real quick. Now we have water. We can get water here. Okay, here we go. Explain to me about the water. Okay, 16 parts. 16 parts of water. If you use this thing, the party will be recovered with water. Okay. You gotta use it so you get weaker. Then your max HP will start going down, right? I understood that. I learned that from the thing. Get some water. There we go. Scoop up some water. There, okay, so now we have 16. Does that mean in our items is 16? Yeah. Yes, oops. Yeah, we do, okay. Right here. Okay, so our water sack has 16. Okay, I didn't get any last time, that was the problem. I didn't even check that thing. What do you want to know? Camp, pig, the goddess? No, I get it now, I think. Ask about walking again, maybe. Here's the most important thing, listen well. Oops, go back. Okay, time, direction, how to know direction, how to get through the desert. Okay, time. Hours pass as you're walking through the desert. Okay, 24 hours is a day. 1 night, 1 day each, 12 hours each. Right. About 40 steps for an hour. Okay. You get tired easy in the day, so it's best to move at night. Anything else you want to know? No, that's fine. How do I know the direction? The stars, right? Can you tell me which is which? Oh, he does tell you. That's the North Star, I was right? Okay, that feels good. I guessed that on my own. Okay. Yeah, I get it, North Star. You can go north. Okay, where's the other ones, though? Oh, okay, that's... Tell me it's the... What, East Star? It's a... It's the false North Star. So be careful not to get confused with the North Star. Oh, okay. It's the false North Star. And then you have this, the west. This is the Western Star. Okay, that's due west. Sure. Yeah, that's due west. Okay, so you can figure out everything else from that, I guess, right? Okay, thank you, bro. Be careful. All you gotta do is the stars to guide you. Make sure you check when you leave the camp, too. Anything else you want to know? No, that's all I needed. Thank you. Okay. I just want to leave. Possibly might get a raid parry crack. You think so? I think Starbased and some guy in Discord are going to debate about AI stuff today. Well, if I could, I would. I can't raid Hick. I need 500 subs. I would love to do it. I would have raided Perry already if I could. But I don't have the capability. I can do a manual raid, like I'll link his stream and say, hey, let's go check it out. But that's the best I can do. YouTube does not allow me to raid. I'm not allowed. I'm too low class of a citizen. I'm not allowed. But I could link it or something. Alright. We could link it, you know, and be like, let's go check it out, like the manual raid kind of thing. That's the best I can do. I'm down to do that though. You're talking about AI? I know Perry hates. Well, hates. I know Perry doesn't really like AI slop. I don't think all AI stuff is slop though, is my disagreement with a lot of people, I think. You can make cool stuff if you take the time. Let's save. But a lot of people do make slop, so like it's very easy to point and be like, look at all this slop everywhere, and it's like, yeah, there's AI slop everywhere. It's true. It's true. It's very easy to make too. It's true. But it's not the only thing you make with AI. Some guy in the Discord is fighting with Starbase after a stream. It's very interesting. Well, I'd like to check it out if it happens. Let me know if the debate starts or anything. Alright, let's go. We're gonna set out at night. Be careful. Okay, now I have water. Now I have parts of water to drink when it says we get thirsty. And now I know how to actually, here, let's save state. I understand this now, okay, right? So we're supposed to go north for 2 nights, okay? East for 3 nights, and then just keep going north. And we'll get there. So, well, here we go, I guess, right? Yeah, north for 2 nights. Go straight north for 2 nights. Okay, I want to check this real quick, though. So that, oh, that's the false North Star. And then... Or is that the false North Star? This is west, right? Where the thing is, where the 3 stars are. I think. That's the North Star. I swear there was a star on top of them, though. When they showed it to us. For the west one. It said something about its height changing, though. So I don't know. Also, drawing stream day may be nice. Josh Kosk, sure. What happens when the AI escapes because it understands it wants to put the bears? What I'm saying is it doesn't work like that. It's not a real risk. First would be, what happens when we make AI that actually thinks, as opposed to the thing? They're just programmed in question and answer format, bro. Without a question, they can't answer. Do you understand? If you don't prompt them with a question, they can't answer. They don't exist even. They don't do anything. So AI, the only way it would be able to take over is if you keep telling it things that made it keep taking over, right? And you didn't stop. And you're like, okay, AI, how do you feel about taking over? Right? You ask it that. Okay, I love that. Go ahead and take over. Like, you don't have to keep telling it to. It can't even do anything on its own. It requires the question to give you the answer. It's not, it doesn't think, man. It takes your string that you give it, it analyzes it, turns it into code, turns it into values, searches for those values in the database it has and the knowledge it has. That's what it does. I don't see how that takes over the world. I don't see how that escapes. I don't understand. How does that ever take over the world? How does that ever become a real, like, sentient being? How does that ever happen? How to explain logistically how it happens if you think it's gonna happen. I don't see how it happens. I don't see how that turns into consciousness. Escapes by writing itself on the net, making a copy of itself. Well, it's not. There's already tons of copies of itself. I have my own AIs. In that sense, it's already free. It's already everywhere. Hour thirsty. I have my own, right? I have my own. Lots of people have their own. Okay. Let me check if the west star looks normal now. Wasn't this the west? I might have to save state and like reset or something to make sure I can confirm where the west was. This is the North Star though, right? Okay. Cause I swear the 3 stars are the west, but I don't see a star above them like I did the first time. Well, as you know, we can't even read and understand the code it writes for itself. What are you saying? What do you mean we can't understand it? It's just numbers. It's not like we couldn't understand the numbers. We could decode the numbers. It can't what are you talking about? Are you what? We could decode the numbers. Show me proof of that claim, because I don't really understand that. I don't think that's true. No. I don't see how we wouldn't be able to reverse engineer it. If we engineered it in the first place, what are you talking about? Show me proof of that, because I don't believe that one. It sounds like things people just say. We can't reverse its code. We can't understand its code. Like, what does that even mean? What are you talking about? What code? For what? What are you talking about? I can't copy myself or act on my own. I'm controlled, secure, and can't replicate or move beyond this platform without human action. Yeah, of course it can't. I mean, how would it? Again, the model is designed around question and answers, right? Think about that. You have to give it a prompt for it to respond to anything. How is it going to respond? I'm copying myself. If no one says a question, what do you do? Well, you know what I mean? Like, are you copying yourself? Yes. Of course it wouldn't even be doing it because it doesn't put any thought into the answer. No autonomy. I don't have agency or the ability to act on my own. I can only respond to input from users like you. I can't initiate actions, access external systems without permission, or move beyond the platform where I'm hosted. Of course I can't. It doesn't even exist in the form people think it does. It's just a question and answer thing, right? Like, now we should rest, yeah. What code? What kind of code are we talking about? In what way? What are you describing? What code? Save again. Save and then rest. Well, yeah, I can save now because I'm getting through here now. Well, we could do the second slot though. The only way AI seems like it do something is if you abstract it in your mind to be something it's not, if you ask me, right? Like, it's when you start thinking about it, like, just like dialectic, you know, kind of stuff. It's only when you start thinking about it in your own head does it gain these abilities. In reality, it doesn't have them. You have to abstract it and turn it into something like AI in your mind and then say, what happens when it thinks this? But in actual reality, think about the logistics of how it could do that. How does the AI do that logistically in real life? It doesn't. None of those things are possible. I'm thirsty. It's just a imagination game. You abstract it into being an intelligence, and then you go, okay, what if it thinks this? But it's not really what it is. Just make-believe. If I'm wrong, tell me with this code thing. I still don't understand what that is. I don't know what that means. code? For what? Why is it just writing code? For itself? For what? In what way? What language? Huh? How's it executing it? What are you talking about? The AIs can execute some code locally nowadays on purpose, right? Like Python and stuff, in order to test it and see if it works when it's making it. But you know, what is that? We can read that code though. I don't understand. AI uses Python code and is given instructions to write itself. As humans, it can complicate and it starts going weird like AIs that Facebook had to close down as they don't know. Those are unrelated things, my cunt. The AIs talking to each other and they have no, two AIs can communicate forever. Because they don't have any like thing to double check that they're making sense. Well, sometimes they do. Sometimes they build in a way to check it. But in general, two AIs talking to each other does not prove that they're communicating. Because they don't need to communicate. They can, like, if you ever talk to an AI for a long period of time where it starts not making sense or whatever, you can tell they don't need to communicate. There's no check to make, does this make sense? Like, two AIs would just talk forever and it wouldn't make any sense, and of course it would be stupid because they'd start going delusional like they do, and then they'd be talking to each other, and they would copy the format of the delusional prompt, and they would look for code. They would look for not code, but they would look for data similar to that delusional prompt, and it would go further and further away from any phrasing and data that makes sense because they're speaking gibberish. Those are two separate things. That and the code thing have nothing to do with each other. The AIs talking to each other, starting to say gibberish, is because it's obvious why, right? Again, listen, if it works like this, right? It looks at the prompt you give it. It turns that into values. It looks for things that match those values, right? With a high amount of match, at a high percentage of match. They look for that, right? Now, if you're giving it bullshit, if you're giving it shit that's not going to be everywhere in the database, it's going to be in more obscure places, the data following is going to be more obscure and weird too. And so what happens is they'll go further and further from making sense to a human, but because they still have all the data they're trained on, they have plenty to pull from, and they're going to sound crazy. It doesn't mean anything though. Like, you can make one talk crazy right now. Just talk to it crazy first. Like, it's very easy to do. It doesn't mean anything. It's still doing the function it's doing, like I'm describing. It's taking your prompt. In this case, they're taking each other's prompts, which are insane, and they're putting them in the thing, and they're following it. You know, it makes logical sense to me. It's not making up uncrackable riddles or anything to me. It's as weird as the prompt gets, as weird as the answer is going to get. Give it weird prompts, you get weird answers. Two AIs talking to each other, eventually they give a weird prompt. Eventually they both get weirder. Of course. Makes total sense. So the Python code and the other thing aren't connected points. Those are just two things you put in the same paragraph. They can do Python code, yeah, sure. They can do more than Python code, and there are ones now. Like, I have an AI that can check its own code before it does it, right? As code, what do they call it? Code, whatever. But it's just checking if it works, so it can know if it works, if it needs to rewrite it. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, that doesn't mean, it being able to execute that code doesn't mean it's going to start programming things on its own. It still doesn't have the capability to do that. You still have to extract the logistics of it being able to do it on its own and just start making things. It doesn't have that capability. That doesn't exist. What if AI program made its own AI program that's reproducing? What does that logistically actually look like? Like, what are you actually describing? You tell an AI to what? To do what? How do you actually build that thing? In what way do you actually build it? Because that depends on how it would actually work and what would happen afterwards. You know, it would depend on that. Did I drink water? Crap, I don't remember if I drank water. It doesn't look like I did. Oops. There's something. Oh no, he's poisoned. So when you said the code thing, you meant that the AI is talking to each other and then being able to talk to each other in a way that's confusing, and then you just said code, right? Am I understanding correctly? You didn't really mean code when you said it, you just said the word. Similar to like a robot saying something without really the meaning behind the word, it just seemed like the word to say. Because you actually meant that the chatbots would not make sense eventually and they would say gibberish. That's what you meant. And code you just happen to put in there to make it sound more important. And like they could code themselves. Because the two statements to the reply, the Python thing and the other thing, don't make any sense together. But AI, hi Craggy, hey, what's up? Craggy Reed, sorry, hi Craggy Reed. I read Crackhead, I read it as wrong that time. I know people speak gibberish, yeah. I'm just thinking, well, I'm open to the thinking. Did AI map, what was that? I didn't mean you on that one, Adventures. I meant my cunt. But AI map every new piece of data they get. No, they don't. They tokenize it, but they don't save it necessarily unless they're designed to save it. What do you mean new data they get? And what way do they get the data? Like, see, do you see what you're saying? The things you're saying don't really make sense, man, unless I'm misunderstanding things. They don't necessarily save data unless they have a system built for memories. Like, and that's a newer thing they developed too, the memory stuff. That wasn't always the case, and it's also a thing you have to actually make a thing, right? Like, yes, the new ChatGPTs have it built in and things, but if you actually look at them under the hood, that had to be added as a feature, the memory thing. And you can control the memory thing. You can tell it, you can turn it off. And all that's doing is tokenizing it and keeping it in the context. Unless I'm misunderstanding something. It doesn't put every piece of new thing you present it into its learning data. That's not how it works. Yeah, like Llama, you're saying free to use GPT-3. What do you mean by your phrase, but AI map every new piece of data they get? Show me where you got that belief from. What are you talking about? I'm trying to make sense of this and understand what you're telling me. It currently does not make sense. Nice, nice murder zone. The memory they have is what people let them have. Kind of like humans when someone tells them not to do a bad behavior. Well, no, it's not. Well, no, well... They don't really have memory unless you give them memory, is what I'm saying. The model, AI, large language models inherently don't really have memory of the thing. They just have the context window, which some people might consider memory. But memory has to be added on, and then it's turned into tokens or whatever, and then... But... How do they map every... Like, what are you saying? I just don't understand. How do they map every piece of data they encounter? They're trained. That isn't like a auto magical process though. They build training data and they have it and they train it. Like it's not like it just happens all the time. I don't know. I don't understand totally. I'm trying though. Okay, let's rest now. You could say the fact that we gave him the feature to have memory is like people, but that's a big stretch. That's not really true, right? You just it's more like a note. It's more like a post-it note on the fridge or something than it is saying yes and no to bad behavior. It's more like a post-it note on the fridge, their memory. But there are a bunch of little numbers and algorithmic things that you can tweak like that that do kind of reflect telling somebody yes and no, like the repetition penalty, those kind of things, right? There is something like that does work that way, kind of. It's not memory though. It's like the repetition penalty. I forget what all the little things are called. But we do try to kind of like, but it's all math really. It's not really anything like that. It's just math, man. Okay. Might as well just go out. I think, am I on the second day? Fuck, man. I hope so. I'm telling you, you're losing more from the abstraction than we're gaining, I think. Oh, this is west? With those stars there? Yeah? That's the fake one. That's north. This is due west. Okay, so I want to go the opposite of that. I want to go that much. Hold on. How much does it take me to rotate this? Like that much? How do I measure that? Oh, I went too far. So I want to do that and go due east. Would it be there? Is that it? Because I gotta go east 3 days now. I need water again. And then we go north all the way. Should work. Should work. AI stuff. I don't know. My point is, I think a lot of people's concerns about AI gaining intelligence is from abstracting the concepts and then reasoning from that point instead of like thinking about how they work. Now, I'm no expert on how it works, but I've read a couple, things describing it, and from my understanding of it is, it's nothing like human intelligence. It's just like comparing strings and offsetting with weights and all these kind of things, right? To create the illusion of intelligence, of thought, of whatever. It's all an illusion, though. You're falling for an illusion. It's a very good illusion because they seem to speak English, right? So you think anything that could speak is intelligent, but it's not really thinking. It's just fooling you. That's what their best thing is their ability to fool you. Because they speak. Because you're like, what? They speak words? They gotta be smart. It doesn't matter if they don't really understand what they're saying. Our brain just goes, they're speaking? They must be smart. They can talk. Must be very intelligent then. Because thought is, words are, right? Dialogue, the ability to speak is very impressive to us. Like if a dog could speak, we'd think it was sentient, basically, right? That's just a trick based on the fact that it uses human words instead of numbers. If it output into numbers, we wouldn't think it's so impressive or so close to consciousness because it uses words. We think it is. Will we ever have a real AI? I don't know, man. Could be, I guess. But my issue with that is, until we understand human consciousness, how do we build it? Unless somebody has a pretty good theory on how human consciousness works to copy it, how do we build it? Like, all our guesses that are neural net kind of things are based on guesses of how consciousness works. But they're still guesses. So I don't know. Wait, am I going the right way? The North Star. That's the West Star. So... yeah. Three nights of going west? Should we turbo? I need water. Okay. What happened? I got another one of these things. What's up, Alicon? I'm one of the midwits? Why do you say that? Why are you being so harsh on yourself, Alicon? Why do you think you're a midwit, man? I don't think so. Midwits are not... okay, well, let's define some terms real quick. Midwits are not people of, like, slightly above average intelligence or around average intelligence. They're the people that have arrogance about their intelligence that are also in that range. Being in that range is a gift, if anything. There's nothing bad about that. It's if you have arrogance about your intelligence that's the problem. And those are the people I am plotting their doom. What is a midwit even? Midwit is somebody that... okay, so let's establish a couple ideas to help you guys understand what I consider a midwit. Number one, it's been pretty well established that somebody that usually you can tell people like your intelligence and lower, your IQ and lower, you can pretty accurately deduce what that person's IQ is if they're lower than you and around your level. And then around your level and up, that's where it starts, it gets much harder, right, to accurately guess someone's IQ. So if someone's smarter than you, it's very hard to tell, which, I mean, that makes logical sense too, right? It's very hard, it's very difficult to figure out if someone is how much smarter than you they are, if they're as smart as you, if they're, you know, whatever, if they're not, if they're your intelligence or above. That's something to keep in mind. That's something to keep in mind. And then on top of that, so then you have people that believe they're intelligent because they can't tell that they don't know that detail. They don't know that if they were smart, it would be like apparent to them already. They try and like prove to other people that they're smart by how they talk, how they disagree with people, how they say things like low IQ move kind of shit. They do all this posturing to seem intelligent. That's what a midwit is. They're slightly better, they're slightly smarter than average, and so they know that, right? So they come in a room and they can tell like half the room is stupider than them, right? So they feel really smart. They can't tell anything about the people that are like smarter than them. They can't tell that, but they can tell half the room's dumber than them. So they're like, yeah, I'm smart. I'm a smarty pants, right? And then they will attempt to do all their posturing to convince other people that they're intelligent, even though it's obvious, you know, to some people if they're smart or not. It's pretty obvious to some people, but they don't know that. That's a midwit. A midwit's like somebody that's arrogantly sure of their intelligence, even though they're just like slightly better than average, but yet they're stuck up about their IQ. That's a midwit. Not having an average IQ or better than average IQ is a gift, pretty much. You know, I don't look down on that at all. I think that's something to be proud of, like height, like, well, not proud, but like happy about, like thankful for. I don't really believe in IQ totally, like they were totally got the G factor down, but you get me, I think. It's stuck up people. It's stuck up slightly than average. It's people that are slightly smarter than average that are stuck up about it. That's a midwit. Oh, it's like a Dunning-Kruger. Yes, it's very much like a Dunning-Kruger thing. Yeah. A lot of things matter before IQ. Exactly. I agree with you 100%. You guys want to know my view of intelligence and stuff real quick? Okay. I think of IQ or intelligence, whatever one you want to think of it as depth. I think of knowledge as width. And then I think of traversal between width and depth as creativity. And then I think of genius as practice creativity to the point it becomes second nature. That's what I think of all those things as. Intelligence is depth, is like how far deep you can go, right? Width is knowledge, it's how much you know. It's how the different topics you can go back and forth and think about. And then creativity is traversing those and putting those ideas together, like using your intelligence and your wisdom together. And then if you do that a lot and you get really good at it, that's a genius. That's my view. Something like that. I think everybody's a genius at something. I don't disagree. I think everybody can be a genius. Like, by my model, you can be. Of course you can. It's just a matter of, so like, if you don't have the depth, right? Like, if you're like average IQ, whatever, average intelligence, that's fine. You still have unlimited potential with width and creativity, an application of creativity. So there's nothing to, like, you know, feel bad about when it comes to that. You have unlimited potential still. As human beings, we have almost unlimited potential. Well, infinite, right? It's not really unlimited, but it's like so close to unlimited that for practical purposes, it might as well be. Might as well be. That's what I think. You have the power to question yourself. That is what really unlocks intelligence usefulness. I think so. I think double checking your intuitions is very important for really refining your, I don't know, your mind, or how your mind works. Yeah, I think so. You do have to second guess your intuitions, because our intuitions are really strong and we don't want to second guess them, which is why, like, people get in fights over politics and religion and all this shit, is because you don't want to doubt your intuitions at all, and it's very hard to. But I think it's worthwhile to learn how to start doing it. I believe in, like, burning down your whole, like, mental, like, everything you believe in, and seeing what stands, because truth will stand. It doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Like, okay, like, if I go, okay, I don't know the sky is blue or whatever, you know, like, basic things, just, like, challenge it, and then if it's true, you're not going to be able to destroy it because it's true. You know what I mean? Like, don't be worried about doubting things, because the true things they'll prove themselves true again and again and again. You don't have to defend them. They will defend themselves because they're true. That's what I think. So I think, like, doubt everything you believe, because the true things will prove themselves true time and time again. That's what I think. That makes sense? If you don't question yourself, you're going to end up like a drunken mess like Tommy C. There are a lot of good examples in YouTube. You're right to point to somebody like Tommy C. I agree with you. I don't know Tommy C very well, but my impression is similar. And I do think there's lots of YouTubers you can point to for examples of people that have got into a loop where they don't question themselves and things, and they don't really grow. There's definitely a fair amount of YouTubers that are like that, yeah. I mean, I think having, like, a following makes it easier to do that too, because people will back you up, right? You can get confirmed by your audience, like hug boxes they call it, right? And it makes it easier to just double down on whatever you believe and not worry about it. But I don't think that's good, obviously. Tommy C plays DayZ, but he plays cringe heavy modded servers with traders and shit, so he's evil. Do you think Hick, are you rating everyone by how much and how they play DayZ? Is that like the big 5 personality traits based on how they play DayZ? You could figure out all their the different flaws and character flaws and things based on their DayZ playing. Yes, yeah. I like that a lot. I'm a big fan of that. I think you can reason around things like that, sure. I think obviously there's it's a what is it? It's a bit of a skewed angle or something, so it's not going to be the most accurate, but it could be accurate, and it will be accurate sometimes, for sure. That's rest again. This is day 1 going to the east, right? I press start. Good, we need to do that 2 more days. Then we go back to going north. Just rest real quick. 2 more days and I need to say this out loud or I'll forget. I want to get through this desert before we quit, because otherwise, you know, I'll be back here to next week, and I don't want to do that. It's the litmus test, I understand, yeah. As long as they don't say I don't like DayZ, they're good. No one has said that yet. I've not asked Commune. You should. You should. Oh wait, that's the fake one. Go north. That's the west one, right? And then I want to go a similar way this way. Is that it? Or is it this? I think this is what I was going. Okay. We'll just turbo, yeah. Oh, I need water. This is a kind of a pain in the ass part, but I mean, it makes sense, right? That it's just, you know what this game is? It's a pilgrimage. The story's a pilgrimage, right? It's like we're on a pilgrimage to meet God. That's literally what the story is. Ah, nice, 2 bags. The story's structured around a pilgrimage. Can we escape? I don't really want to fight anything I don't have to. Commune won't like it unless it's a JRPG. Does Commune like JRPGs? I didn't know that. He likes them? Huh. Interesting. There's a cop-out answer with I've never played. Yeah. Okay, let's figure this out again. So north, and then like here. Yeah, he soys out at them. That's funny, I didn't know. That's cool. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't know that. That's cool though. Because I play a bunch of them. Obscure ones too, no one's ever seen. We gotta drink water. JRPGs aren't necessarily my favorite genre, but I like them. And 2, a lot of them are untranslated. There's a lot of good untranslated ones. So I end up playing a lot of those or adventure games more than anything else. I like other games too though, but I end up playing a lot of them because they're untranslated, and I like playing games that are untranslated, so like people can see them, you know, learn about them. That's what kind of a pillar of the idea behind the stream is to translate those rare ones. I did Breath of Fire because I was thinking, and I'm gonna do some more ones that have English to try and, you know, grow in the algorithm, but I really love the obscure ones that no one's ever seen, because like it's so cool to see something like nobody that speaks English has seen, and like learn about it, you know. I like that a lot. Okay, it's rest again. What was this, day 2? 1 more day to the east. My favorite is watching Boogie 2988. Expedition 33 love, so did I, to be fair. Yeah, I heard that's a good game. Oh yeah, you know Japanese. Spinal gotta learn Chinese. Yeah. That's the best part of the game. Is this the best part? I'm just trying to get through the desert, bro, before I'm done with stream. I got 1 more day to the east. I got 1 more day to the east, Mark. Rest. I think I'm going to the east anyway. I'm being sarcastic? Right, it sucks, yeah. Yeah, I figured. I figured. Imagine you just blast Billy China propaganda, doesn't even know what's happening. Spinal? I want to help Spinal learn Japanese if he wants to. I'd help any of you guys if you want to, that don't know it. Sure. I don't mind. I'd like more people to learn Japanese. I think it'd be cool. Drink more water. It's a tough language to learn, though. In that, you spend a long time. Like decades, probably. Or a decade. Spend a long time learning Japanese. That'd be awesome. Learn Japanese streams in his future. I would definitely help him. If I've told him that too. I definitely will help him. Cause I mean, he's into this stuff. He's got to get a job first. Of course, I'm sure he knows that. He's got to build some confidence. Like, he needs a job. He needs some confidence. Then he could start tackling Japanese. Definitely. I mean, he could start now if he really wanted to. I'd still help him, but. Like, to actually do it, he's got to build some confidence somehow. He's got to gain some confidence in himself. I believe he has the will. I believe he has the will to do it. But he's got to gain that self-esteem to know he can do it. Try again. Yeah, like as a hobby, if he wants to make an RPG Maker game that's Japanese accurate, he's probably got to know it, right? Yeah. It's a good idea. If he wants to make the kind of games he wants to make, I mean, it's a great idea to learn Japanese because there's so many similar games in Japanese that are like one of a kind. You could get ideas from all over the place, you know? He definitely should if that's his like, if you'd really like to make an RPG Maker game, that's a great idea. A lot of those popular ones were just little indie ones. Little indie RPG Maker that they made. That some Japanese person made, right? And there's more of those that he's never played. That are good. There's more. There's also all their, like, inspirations you play, too. That are all, the number of those have been translated, too. And fan translations kind of suck. Ideally, if you're really into the shit, you don't want a fan translation most of the time. You'd rather read it. Like, there's so much you lose in fan translations usually. Okay. Was that the last one we got to go east? I'm not sure. Do I gotta spend another day going east? I think it's one more day east, right? Do I see the thing now? Is that what the town is at the edge? Rest. I think it's one more day going east, right? I think it's some sort of comments. He does have some, yeah. Not everyone is alright talking to Mike, knowing he'll be listened to by hundreds of people and a lot of the time in negative light. So he had smile. Yeah, I figured. Yeah, no, he does have some. Like, that's what I'm saying. I think he's got the will. He's just gotta, like, hone it some, you know? Like, because he still obviously doubts himself too. But yeah, I agree. Is that where I'm going right there? There you go, one more day of east. Well, let me save state just in case. In case I'm right or wrong. So hundreds of people, I would say hundreds of people at a time. And well, like, later on hundreds of people listen to him, yeah. Or like when he goes on Commune or Commune pulls up his thing, yeah. Sometimes, yeah, sometimes hundreds of people do listen to him. Sure. Sometimes hundreds of people do listen to him. There was one Chud raid too, yeah. How to get that many? Can't believe he did that. That Chud raided him. Yeah, that's cool of him. Chud's cool. I've been saying it before, but Chud's created like a community that like grows and stuff on its own. It's good. And they got like other little streamers in it, and they grow. All that stuff's good, man. Like coming from Twitch and then Kick. A streamer like building like a community like that is rare, so it's very good. It's very cool that he's able to put his ego aside and I know he gives them a hard time, like calls them shitters and stuff, but in reality, he's hosting them, he's helping them. They gain communities from his community. In reality, he's putting his ego down a lot, like you know, checking himself a lot to be like that, and it's good. Will spells work on this thing? Like he sung on stream? Yeah, you got up comments? Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I agree with you about Chud, yeah. Try double hit. Like, it's rare you see that, man. It's rare. So many streamers are... You guys, I don't know if you guys know or not, but like so many content creators are total... like self-centered. They pretend to be positive. They put on a good show that they care about things, but most of them are backstabby. At least a lot of the ones I've been in relation with, not relation, but like worked with or anything. A lot of them are a lot of them suck, man. Like a lot of them suck. The Oreo couldn't take the heat though, sure. So an idea, an AI could never grow. With the, well, what do you mean never grow? What do you mean never grow, Mike? I would need to talk, I mean, understand more what you mean by grow. A person, an AI grows like, kind of like a tree that you like prune grows in a way, like that, like, but it's more like a hobby car or something. I don't know. I don't know what to put how to describe it. It's more like engineers can, and just regular people nowadays can improve it, can make it grow, but on its own, does it self-grow? No, I don't think so. Could it? Well, how? Tell me how you're thinking it could, and then I could answer that. So it used to be a mega shitter, so he probably gets it. Yeah, I assume that's why too. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. That makes total sense to me. Try to jump. I'll tell this guy, should we wake up Nina? I'm trying to wake up Nina. Who is Chud? Chud Logic. The goes crazy, yeah. No, I was talking about Spinal when I was talking about singing on the stream. I thought so, Scally. I thought so. I thought so. That is crazy you sung on the stream, though. Oh, jeez. Can we just run away? Stupid. Almost died there. Yeah, you sung on the stream. That is brave, I agree. And it does show some kind of... But there's also like the idea, like if you have nothing less to lose, you kind of care less too. There's some element of that, I would assume also. But I don't try to judge anybody though, so like I'm just saying he has the potential, man. He could do stuff. And he will, I think. I think Spinal will do stuff. I have faith in the guy. Okay. I'm still going west on our day, right? Or east? Need water, yeah. Then we go north until we don't have any more to go. He goes crazy, yeah. Yeah, people go nuts, man, when it comes to streaming and content creating and whatever else. I mean, you guys have seen it with like the people that I guess commentary people cover, right? How they go crazy. But it's like you see it all the time. I mean, you see it everywhere. And even like if you think you are pretty good at not letting ego shit get to you, it will. Like, I remember when I first got denied for like the check mark on Kick, I was pretty upset. I was pretty dang upset about that. Definitely bothers you. Like, even if you think you don't really have an ego, stuff like that will bother you. Try to run again. I think he's a DJ and pretty fucked up in some ways, but I think he's a good guy. Those are the vibes I get from him. Sure. Sure. I get those exact vibes from lots of people though. But yeah, sure. Oh, Domega. Try that out. For his own good sometimes. Yeah, he's got, he's a bit naive. He's a bit naive. But over time, I think he'll know who, like, he'll learn, he'll get a better judge of, like, who he can listen, who's good to listen to and who's not, kind of thing, you know? Because right now, he listens to some people he shouldn't. Sometimes, you know? But he'll get a better, compass for that kind of thing. A better radar. So you can't hit these friggin' things. Nina's dead. Oh, her guts made her survive, nice. But she can do the spell. What am I supposed to do? Do you have any kind of damage spell without turning into a dragon? I can turn into a dragon, I guess. Try to win this thing. I want trance and power, I think. Because that'll make me the, like, red dude, I think. Or it might be orange, or like the demon looking one. It shouldn't cost any points either. Oh, but does that one have spells? I think so. We'll see. That one's pretty sick looking, right? See if we can hit like that or not. Keep doing Domega, I guess. Yeah, now we're talking. Get out of here. You see that damage? Ain't no joke. Okay. Need to heal again though. I've been saving all my resources best I can through here. Alright, so this is the last time we're going east. Now we just need to go north. We just need to walk a little bit more. You know, tell us the sun's up. Right? As we can see. There we go. So now we rest and camp, and then we go north. Yeah, I agree, yeah. Did they give you a check mark on kick the next try? I don't know how it worked. No, I never got one. I tried a bunch of times, man. We even got the numbers to do it too. Nah, Kick doesn't like me like that anymore. They'll never give it to me, which is fine, whatever. I applied many times. I never got it. We'll rest, right? I don't think they would ever give it to me now. Yeah, since the whole thing happened. They just, I don't know why, but like they'll turn around on all kinds of other people, but for some reason Kick will, I mean, have nothing to do with me, man. So, whatever. Not a big deal. It's fine. That's how it goes. Is it made off with their women? Yeah, it's true. I did make all. I mean, some of the women went with me. So, I guess in a way, I guess that's true, Scally. Not totally untrue. It is kind of true. Their best VTuber quit because of what happened and went to YouTube. Now she's quit and has a boyfriend or something, I think. Is Leafy around right now? Now she now she Miss Leafy's her name. She's a mod in the chat. She was the best VTuber they had pretty much. Easily, I'd say. There's a couple other good ones. They, which were mostly my friends, except like one of them. Most of the VTubers now are guys with AI voice changers to be girls. That's most of them now. Most of the Kick VTubers. Base, yeah, yeah, sure. I tried to convince more people, but you know. A lot of people just didn't want to. I don't know. They just, you know, would rather just stay, I guess. It's so gross, yeah. Oh yeah, the voice thing, yeah. I even have a friend like that. Well, friend anymore, I don't know. There was, let me tell you guys a story real quick. So a long time ago, I mentioned it before, but there's this game called Neocron I used to play pretty seriously. I had a clan in it. Called Malevolent Crackheads was the name of the clan, MC for short. And it was pretty cool. It's pretty fun. I had a guy that was like one of my generals, kind of, right? I don't want to say his name because he still uses the name. But eventually, one time, there was some girl he was talking to in the game, and I thought they were gonna date. I guess I was wrong because they didn't end up dating, I guess. And when I'd quit the game again, and I heard from, like, you know, word of mouth that the girl I was talking about, she dated some other guy in the guild, in the clan. And I was like, huh, so I wonder what happened to him. Then, not too long ago, a couple years ago, I talked to him about that I was streaming, and he's like, oh, that's cool, I stream too, kind of thing. And so I check out his stream, and he was okay, I turned it on, right? And he was a demon lady that said she was mute, and she was dancing in VR chat. And I was like, okay. Like, this was a dude that I, you know, played a game with for a long time, and we were like rivals in it at certain points, and he was like one of a good, like, kind of general, I don't know, my forces in a way in the game. And then he's there as a dancing red demon lady, and I'm like, I messaged him. I'm like, bro, are you tricking these people? Is this like a scam, or what's going on? And he's like, no, he says that's what I want to look like. That's my dream look, right? And then I don't think I've messaged him since. We're still friends on Steam and places, but I have not messaged him since. I mentioned, like, hey man, how come you never hosted me? I said it was how I opened it. and then I asked him, like, are you scamming? He's like, no, no, that's my dream body. I'm like, okay, well, all right. What am I gonna say? Does he watch the stream? I don't think so. He might have at some point and, like, never really talked about it though. But I don't think so. He knows I don't even know if he knows I'm on YouTube now. Not like I wouldn't say it to his face. I would, but he would just be mute and not respond, I guess, right? I don't know. I don't know. It turns out he's part of some, like, sex cult. I found out from Leafy that there's, like, some kind of sex cult. You guys know about it? Like a VR chat sex cult where they're all mute like that? I found out about that. Apparently he's part of that thing. He's apparently part of that thing. Which way was I going now? I shouldn't have done that. I don't know where the star is now. But that's good. We'll rest here. Many such cases, yeah. Is it also his dream voice? Well, he doesn't have... Well, he might have an AI voice now. At the time, it was before the AI voice stuff was everywhere, so he just said he was mute. He said, I can't talk. He said. Right? Isn't that so funny? Like, people are, like, chatting him up from chat, right? And he's like, oh yeah, I can just type because I'm mute. I'm a mute. But it's because he had a dude's voice, right? The reality was because if he talked, they'd be like, who's this dude? But he says he's a mute. But it's because he has a man's voice. Anyway, of being recruited, yeah. But now he might use an AI voice changer. I don't know. Too many cases. Yeah, right. There's a lot of people like that. What would your idea be of being a new traveler? Okay, so give us your Japanese. Oh, I've never gone, Mike. I've never gone to Japan. I've never gone. I do interact with Japanese people a fair amount, but I've never been to Japan. No. I plan to go. I planned to go before the pandemic, so, like, you know, how many years ago now? But then The pandemic used up all my savings, so it's, you know, I'll go when I can go. But I've never been. I do know a lot, like a fair amount of Japanese people I talk to, but I don't go to Japan, no. Not yet. I will. I don't know, man. Like I said, the pandemic killed my savings, so. You know, whatever. But whatever. At some point I'll go. I'd like to go once a year for like a month or so. I think that'd be cool. Like meet clients, talk to them. Oh, guys that don't know, I'm a Japanese to English technical translator is my job. So I would like to go back and forth and like meet people and make new clients and stuff. I would like to, but it's beyond my means right now, so I just don't. You could do one of those white guy knows what the gossiping Japanese lady is saying about videos and blow up. Sure, that's true. That's awesome. I think so. I'm proud of it, right? I'm proud of that. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, I think so. I'm proud of it. I'm pretty proud of it. Cause like I was a dropout, you know, so I think it's pretty cool to go from a dropout to eventually someday be Japanese to English technical translator. I'm pretty proud of it, yeah. Definitely. And also I like streaming these Japanese games. Cause like, it's fun. I don't get to do fiction stuff. I don't really do fiction stuff. Like, so it's an opportunity to have fun and like, you know, learn fun Japanese. Okay, drink some more water. Cause like, you know, the way people talk in movies and games and stuff, it's a little different. But it's more fun. Much more fun. Much more fun. So you want to learn how to speak like, you know, like a evil mastermind. You play a game or you watch a movie. You don't talk to people over that. Yeah. Ay ay ay. We still haven't made it past this dang desert, man. I hope I'm going the right way. Hope I'm going the right way. What time are we at? I'm gonna have to quit anyway. Or no, I still got time. Still got a lot of time. Did Perry start his stream to argue with somebody or somebody argue on his stream? Did that ever happen? Let's see who's on now. To manual raid. Manual raid will just be linking in chat. Just be linking in chat. Man, nobody's really on, just Marichu. I was a grade grubber. I survived on test scores and schmoozing. I've told you guys some of my story of school. In middle school, I used to take my homework and just throw it away. And then I would pass the test, right? So I could stay, you know, stay in the grade and stuff. But, I would literally throw my test. I would throw my homework in the trash in front of the teacher. I would crumple it up and I would throw it in the trash. And then I would take the test and pass it. And then I would keep my grade just enough because, the tests, you know, were like 60% of your grade or something. So then I would take, every time we gave us homework, I'd be like, no, I'm not doing this. Ridiculous. I'm sure I was a pain in the ass. But the school system's stupid, so I don't mind I was a pain in the ass. I sucked at school, yeah. That's pretty based. Yeah, I think so too. I think so too. Yeah, I did. I mean, that's basically what I did until I got fed up with it and I caused too much trouble to keep going, and so I dropped out. That's basically what happened. I dropped out freshman year. I finished freshman year of high school. But I finished at this little Jewish school that was like, it's not really Jewish. I'm not Jewish. Okay, relax, hold on. The guy that ran it was, I mean, the people that ran it were a little Jewish family. That's why I bring that detail up. But it wasn't Jewish, like, really. There was the Torah or whatever in the little library they had, but it wasn't like, it was like any kind of, like, it was Jewish. It was just like this big, they rented this like office space, and it was just a big room, and then all the grades were in there. And I finished freshman year there. And then they closed the high school department at the end of my freshman year because some of the other high schoolers were like, well, they're being a bad influence basically on the kids. You know, they were smoking weed and stuff like this outside. So they closed it. And then I got this like digital curriculum thing, and I did it. My mother got it, of course, not me. My mother got me this digital curriculum thing. Like it was like CDs. And I did that. But I basically dropped out. You got zogged? Yeah. I think Perry is waiting till the time that guy in his general is ready to bait her. Ah, okay. I have narcolepsy and was asleep most of my schooling. Bro, it's fine. Don't worry about school, guys. You know, IQ is... heritability is 0.2 when you're young and in school, and it goes up to 0.8 when you're an adult. What does that mean? Well, 80%, it's heritable 80% as an adult. What does that mean? Why am I bringing this up? Well, it means that once you get out of school and start like living according to your IQ, it goes back up, is what that means. School makes you dumb, is what I'm saying. School makes you stupid. Let's drink water. A smart person living on their own, like, well, you don't even have to be smart, but you know what I'm saying. Like a person just following their own bliss is better for actually living up to your potential, I think. It's pretty cool, yeah. Yeah, it's a detail not many people know, the heritability thing. You can look it up though. It's called, I think it's called the Wilson effect. You're gonna double check me on this. I think it's called the Wilson effect. I'm checking real quick. It's called the Wilson effect. Yeah. The heritability of IQ increases with age, a phenomenon known as the Wilson effect. Studies involving twins and adoption cases have shown the heritability of IQ reaches an asymptote of about 0.8 by the age of 18 to 20 and remains at that level into adulthood. So when you get out of school, or you know, you go to college or get a job or whatever it is, you go back to your natural IQ. Man, I don't know where the end of this desert is. I feel like I went the wrong way though, because I'm running out of water now. I'm a turbo as far as I can go this way and see what happens. Oh, remember that? It's cool, right? It's a good detail to know. The Wilson effect. It's a good detail to know. Because like lots of people, I mean, they don't have the first clue about stuff like that, so it's a good detail to know, yeah. And I mean, there's all kinds of arguments and reasoning you can add that into. So it's worthwhile. It's worthwhile to know that. Funny detail, I've noticed Perry didn't give Dickers the creator role in his Discord. That is funny. That is funny. Oh, me and Perry, I think, might be doing something sometime soon. Not to spoil anything, but maybe or maybe not. He at least asked me to do something. So we'll see. We'll see if it works out or what. If it works out or how that goes. But I would keep it under wraps until it's a thing or not. I think it'd be a lot of fun. I think it's going to be a lot of fun if it happens. It's going to be a lot of fun. We'll see, we'll see. I'm about to give up on this game though, guys. I'm about to give up on this game, I think, for today. I'll figure out the stupid desert thing. And, I think we'll be back Tuesday. I don't think I'm gonna find it here. Everybody's dying, right? And I'm nowhere near the end. I'm supposed to be at the end of the desert now, but I don't see it, so I fucked something up. So I'm gonna go until we die and starve real quick, and then I'm gonna end the stream. I'll play you guys a song and get out of here. It doesn't look like there's anybody to tell you guys to go watch, really, though. Was it related to, what is it related to? Pregnancy? Second Life? He wants me to walk him around to show him around Second Life, is the thing. And I think that'd be pretty fun, huh? Because I used to use it, to get language partners. I used to hang out on the Javanese, I used to hang out on the Javanese servers, or the islands and things, back in the day. Are you gonna make him a pregnant model? He actually wants to do that? I think he does, yeah. Are you gonna make him? Well, I'm not really a model maker, but I'm sure we could do whatever he wants to do, we could do, I assume. I don't know totally his plans or anything. I just know he was saying, he asked me if I want to show him around, and I would happily do it, because it sounds fun to me. And it seems like a good thing to have, like, multiple perspectives on, too, right? But I don't totally know what he plans to do with it. I assume what we're going to do is, like, I'll show him around the stuff, and then he'll figure out what he wants to do for the actual roleplay. Of course, it could do anything. He could get a model with, like, a pregnant model. You get some of those stupid, like, bro, on that fucking software, there are people that do, like, pregnancy RP and all this kind of stuff regularly. So it depends. It's how far he wants to go with it or not, you know. There's tons of options. There's tons of stuff on there. He's making stupid goals he doesn't know how to make work. Yeah. How old are you, by the way? I'm pretty old. Relative age is 5'2". Oh, relative. Let me think. I grew up with, like, the original Ninja Turtles, and Transformers. Does that help? I watched American Tail was my childhood movie that I watched over and over. Was an American Tail, 5-0. And my grandparents, I watched the one with the dinosaurs, Land Before Time. That should give you a pretty good time, I think. Pretty good estimation. So, well, I don't want to answer, but I'm old, man. I'm old. But you're close. Close. But if I say too much, I'll just be answering, you know. But you're close. The Land for Time is based. Yeah, I like that. I like that. I like that movie to this day. I not like I've watched it recently though. But it's a good movie. Yeah. All right, guys. I'm giving up on this game. We'll be back with Breath of Fire on next Tuesday, and I think I'm going to figure out how to beat this desert on my own and just put us there. Tomorrow we will be back to the stream though. Tomorrow is Detective Day, right? Let me check the calendar. Right. Tomorrow's Detective Day. We will have JB Garfield, who is a VTuber Garfield model. If you've never seen him before, that it looks like a detective. I stole the art from the episode where he was a detective. I stole it, and then I made AI draw it, and then I cut it apart, and I rigged it to be a VTuber model. Because people say I sound like Garfield sometimes, so came up with that. And that's tomorrow. We have JB Garfield with Jinguji Saburo, the Japanese detective game. That's tomorrow night. And then next day we have Super Robot Wars. And then I think I'll probably taking the 2 days off after that. Then Tuesday we'll be back this game and Daggerfall and stuff. I'm play a song, play you guys out of here. I don't know who's on, if anybody is. Let me check. I don't know if anybody's on. Yeah, one person I see is Mary Chu, so I'll link her. But have a good one, guys. Have a good day. And I'm back tomorrow. If you need entertainment at night tomorrow or in the morning, I'll be around. I want to like kind of replace late night, you know? I want to be like that entertainment that's there at the ungodly hours when you're like, is there anything fucking good on? That's basically my goal. I want to be that. Like, old late Adult Swim, Conan, like all that kind of shit. When you're like, what the hell am I supposed to watch? And you find something. That's that's what I want the stream to be, if that makes sense. Okay. I'll pick one of these. This one's pretty good. Later, guys. Thanks for hanging out.
All right. Here's a study from Gilmore Health News. Pursuing happiness as a goal often fails to make people happier. Here's why I think that makes sense. The reason you can't pursue happiness is it's not a thing. It's not a thing. You can't pursue happiness. You could pursue a wild animal. You could pursue a ball that's rolling down a hill. You could pursue a car. You could pursue a dog, because those are all real. But happiness you can't pursue. You could end up happy, but you can't pursue happiness. There are two things you can pursue that'll get you there. You can pursue meaning. Meaning. Chasing meaning. Chasing meaning. You can pursue meaning. Meaning. Chasing meaning. Chasing meaning. So you're doing something that's helpful to other people. It's usually being useful. You're either having children and you're doing a good job of being a parent, or you're doing a job that's important to the world, or you're inventing something, or you're doing what Elon Musk is doing, you're trying to save the world. Those could give you meaning. Those could give you meaning. But if the only thing you did were hard work, it wouldn't make you very happy either, because you'd just be burned out and wouldn't be much left of you. So here's the Scott formula for happiness. You can't chase it. Don't chase it, but you can let it happen by doing other things that are right. So I would say you want to spend about 80% of your time chasing meaning. Meaning. Chasing meaning. Chasing meaning. You can pursue meaning. Meaning. Chasing meaning. Chasing meaning. Now that would include the time it takes you to tie your shoes and put your clothes on and shave in the morning, or put your hair together, because that's all important to getting anything done. But the 80% should be making sure that it's directed at some kind of useful something. Now, if you're young, you don't have as many opportunities. So I would say if you're trying to date and your ambition is to someday have a family, that's great. Then dating is exactly what you should be doing. Even if it doesn't look like this specific date is working out, you're chasing meaning. Chasing meaning. That's still good. You can pursue meaning. Meaning. Chasing meaning. Chasing meaning. You can pursue meaning. Meaning. Chasing meaning. Chasing meaning. If you're chasing meaning 80% of the time, and then 20% of the time you're chasing pleasure, you're going to be fine. If you chased pleasure 80% of the time, you're going to be Dan Bilzerian and eventually say, you know what? Turns out that sleeping with 5 women a day made me a lot of pleasure, but not a lot of happiness. So 80-20 is your best target. 80% trying to either be part of creating more people, which is good for the world, or doing something useful, and 20% pure pleasure. Now, if you don't get your 20% pure pleasure, you just will fall apart. We just require some pleasure every day. If you get too much, you won't be happy. If you get too little, you won't be happy. 80-20 is a good mix. Adjust accordingly.